Welcome to season 6, Launchpad number 2. My name is Tech. I'm here with Yoshi64, and we have a great match coming up. Chasing Orb versus Caster's Curse. We finally get to influence the match, isn't that right?
Oh, I'm ready. I've got my cauldron. I've got my wand. I might put on a hat. You know, the whole ordeal. I'm looking forward to this match. We've got a couple caster friends. No bias. Absolutely no bias here. But they're looking good. They're looking really good, you know?
Oh, yeah. They're looking great. We see X-Ban, Octavia Ban on a Castellas Aerials start here on Taiko Temple. Yoshi, you can't really be too surprised with those bans, can you?
No, absolutely not. Big fan of X on this map. That guy just gets into the corner and it tears it up. Doesn't really do much else, you know? But sometimes that's all you need. Corner pressure is so important on this map. And we're looking at Asher Rune, and that's like the definition of corner pressure. Put up a pillar, put up an Asher. The rest is history. The barriers are down. You know, try and get through that Asher. Look.
Yeah. I mean, that's, and looking here just at the start, we do see a full aerials pickup from the side of Caster's Curse here, and full Castellas for Chasing Orbs.
Yeah, that's really interesting, especially on, well, I was gonna say on Asher, but you don't want to take your Dash Awakening. Just kind of thinking aloud, burning through brain power at a rapid pace. But the aerials is going to be really nice on all three of these characters, especially the Mako. Those guys are going to be moving pretty fast, especially if another Dash Awakening can come in. But Scrimmage jumping in there with the Asher, just doing the Asher thing, slam dunk in the core, right into the net, right through all those Mako abilities. Seems like a really nice matchup to just kind of get through all of Mako's multi-hits with one Asher primary.
Oh, that's right. Especially we've seen how prominent Asher has been in sort of top level play throughout the weeks, especially at the recent LAN. And that Slick Kicks just does such a good job at really controlling this core. And there's a nice double barrier from the side of Caster's Curse here. Doing a good job, losing one of their own. But of course, still in this first set. We'll have to see which side momentum favors here.
Yeah, definitely. I do love that Slick Kicks Asher. It's, I think, really powerful. You get to have so much speed on this slow character in the net. But Cloak Oak on the Slick Kicks Zen going to be jumping in right there. Dash with that aerials, getting into the fray, getting into the Dubu's face. Arianol unable to stop the onslaught. Cotton hit stun. And that's going to be one goal for Caster's Curse.
Yeah, nice on the board, evening things out. And here's a quick flip from Nubstub, blocked away by the unstable anomaly. And there's a nice mix up there from Sylvia Seraphin, looking to get that second barrier. Here's the flip coming out and a beautiful clear down. There's the stuff attempt, but another flip. Both teams using all of their energy to take it and the fake out. I don't think Arianol was ready for that. Second barrier will fall to the side of Chasing Orbs. We're in a 1 versus 1 here as here comes the damage into the drums. Scrimmage somehow surviving, gets to keep core flip and rewarded with an orb. Absolute best case scenario for them.
Yeah, really crazy DI coming out of that guy. Able to save himself from the drum. But here, moving in, Scrimmage with the flip. Not able to get the barrier, but looking to set up the airship, get something done. Has the flip here in the corner. Goes for a crazy play. It's looking tough. Cloak Oak's a little low. Could be an opportunity to try and take that guy out, especially with this rune. Has a great damage potential with Banish or just popping some pillars and that flip. Probably wants to save the flip for this barrier though, but it is tough. The Mako has all these abilities up. You know, all these goalies with their abilities, what are you supposed to do? Win? Like, it's tough.
Yeah, it's very tough, and we see the pressure now. Unfortunately, the core just moving too quickly as we hit overtime here. The core almost bouncing in. The flip from Cloak Oak will find the bottom of that net, and Caster's Curse finding their second goal in a row here. It seems like they're picking up momentum because it is hard to break through this midfield when you're playing against this Caster's Curse roster.
Yeah, really. Just these two characters with dashes have a lot of presence on or in the midfield. Not anymore. That guy's been put in the blender, unfortunately. Cloak Oak will be seeing himself out after getting banished. And
ooh,
here it's Sylvia Seraphine moving in with the pillars, looking to get some barriers. Great support Scrimmage trying to get in there, but the two-man defense is too strong right here. And unfortunately, only able to get one barrier in that power play.
That's right, and here's a situation again. We have these two, this forward and midfielder from Caster's Curse looking to take this barrier. Arianol doing such a good job at walking that down, able to get out and pushing all the way past the midfield line. Very confident in this Dubu, of course, such a strong striker on a map like this. In the corner now, trying to use that core speed off those drums. And a beautiful clear just gets around Cloakoak there, trying to stuff this. And look at how aggressive Arianol is playing.
Yeah, just moving it right in there. Not even with Mom Boots or anything. Has Pauldrons getting in there. Oh, Frying Pan Man down. No Mako. And now it's just the two forwards left to defend. Cloakoak has a flip. Might have to use it if he wants to keep this point alive.
Oh.
Never mind. It's just going to be getting in there. And 1v9ing the whole point. No goalie. No problem. Brawlers get it done. Wow.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see that one, Yoshi. That is incredible. And some good awakenings, too, opening up here. I mean, what are you thinking that this Caster's Curse team is really looking for?
I'm thinking the perfect form Zentaro might be pretty strong right now. That might be a good pickup to have. The rest of the draft, specialized training is pretty interesting. I don't know if it affects the rune damage over time, but I think it does. So that's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Sylvia Seraphine. A second Dash Awakening has hit the Mako, and it's set 2. These guys are going to be moving. That being said, that's a Size Awakening onto Scrimmage. Big Asher in the field is always really valuable. It's always nice to just be large and in charge on the barriers, bigger barrier beam, etc. It'd be really nice to just try and crunch through these barriers, but not if they just don't have any chance on offense to take the barriers, right? Caster's Curse is just keeping the ball on the enemy side all game and getting these barriers really confidently.
Ooh, a nice attempt there from Cloakoak to seal the deal on this first point. And like you've been saying, they're doing a great job at just controlling this core. I mean, they have the speed. And not only that, but also Frying Pan Man with that strike shot, with those aerials, just means that from downtown, you have to watch out for these Mako primaries coming through and stuffing the core. We've already seen a few barriers dropped, even this set, off of that. And, you know, once you can get the core past that midfield line, I think Caster's Curse has their work cut out for them. As I say, Scrimmage. I mean, hey, we had to do it at least one time during this cast.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm charging up a few more. I won't say when though. But yeah, just really tough to get through the Asher, especially in that 1v1. We saw both Cloakoak and Nubsub pushing forward on the offense, trying to get a good final push onto the net, but unfortunately weren't able to get it, and that just left Frying Pan Man in a 1v1 against Asher. And you never want to be in a 1v1 against Asher. You never want to play an equal game with Asher, because Asher's never playing an equal game with you.
No, definitely not. That character just wins. You just press the button, you win sometimes. And unless you can take her off the pitch, it's going to be very difficult. So these clears from chasing orbs really have to be perfect. As we see right now, Frying Pan Man has the energy burst, doing so much damage to Asher. Look at that. Scrimmage knocked down to 1 HP is now going to be chasing orbs, living up to the team name as Cloakoak finds the dash, able to secure that stun onto Arianol and pick up another point for their team.
Yeah, this Dash Awakening start has been so great for Cloakoak. And quite literally won his team the last set, and is now just, it keeps getting points. You know, just being able to jump in, especially on this map where everything's narrow, you know, the ability to get from one point to another immediately, you know, just stuff along that line is so useful. And now he has perfect form too, so every corner push, it's 500 hits on the enemy team, and that's another dash, another couple dashes charging up. It's going to be really nice. But right now, stuck on the defense, flip burned by Sylvia Seraphine, longest name known to man. A big banish coming out is going to leave Cloakoak staggered, and now this is looking like an orb chasing point, if I do say so myself.
That's right. Cloakoak's low. Nubsta does have the flip, though. Might have an opportunity to use this soon if they're able to get in here. The pass up to Cloakoak, almost finding its mark, but Arianel first forced to burn that log there. Another stuff is through. Cloak is looking like they have quick strikes right now with how quick they are trying to stuff this core through. Here comes the cyber swipe. Not quite enough, and this core is in a scary situation despite both these nets being open.
Yeah, just catching the core slow moving in front of you is so scary because you know the enemy just has such a favored strike ward there moving with them. Big flip coming out, but flip countered by Frying Pan Man. Able to catch it. And Nubster with the blink in from downtown. Able to catch that clear and send it in. Caster's Curse 1 point away from sealing out another set.
That's right. A great point. Some great teamwork there passing in that forward space. And something to mention as well, Frying Pan Man actually a substitute for this team. I believe Cat Kupo is the one on the main roster, and they're doing a great job locking this down right now. I'm seeing the teamwork coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. Just lock it in. Unfortunately, big banish coming out, but Frying Pan Man able to save it. Took a lot of damage though, could be scary. The barrier down. This is looking like Orb Chasers getting ready to get it in. They just have to position this Asher up forward enough to get these favorable interactions and push it through. But right now, Cloak is just everywhere. This guy's zipping and zapping around on some Zentaro activity, trying to get these barriers. But the defense is just so strong coming out from Arianel.
Yeah, it's looking great right now. And here's the scoring opportunity, almost finding the KO on the Frying Pan Man with that knockback. And the miss strike into the banish. Could this be it? The Mako all coming out. Cloak on such low HP. Has to try to escape with their life. Not going to be able to get to that orb, but will be able to get to the second one as a beautiful summer assault just stops the core in its place, and all the ultimates come through. And unfortunately, that core will just drift into that bottom corner. That's the difficulty on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, what a shot. Just slipping it right in there. Great hold, like you said, with the summer assault on that barrier. Bit of a scary spot, but you know, able to convert that pretty unfortunate interaction into a big point win. Now onto point 5. Cloak taking a little bit of damage is gonna, I think, explode. But it looks like there's no pillar there. Oh, a dash able to save him. Going back for the orb. Nubsa out in the fray, looking to get something done in this 1v3. But Cloak back, healed up and ready to go. Creation battle. Oh my god, they're everywhere. But Cloak's able to slide in with the slashing strike and confirm that goal.
Yeah, you can tell Scrimmage not too happy about that one, wanting to use that core flip to save that point. Just not quite able to, potentially stunned by the creation, or just not in the right place. And we will see a fair amount of interesting awakenings here. I see a few of them are going to be useful for Rune if it makes it that far. Yeah,
heavy impact picked up. I think there's an argument for Stagger Swagger in this world, you know, but Cloak hasn't been KO'd that often, been doing a great job living the past few points, so heavy impact gonna up that damage and CTR even more. Perfect form and heavy impact on Zen is just so exciting. You unlimited ability simulator, you have them all. Nubsa picking up stacks, also really nice. A not speed midfielder having stacks just you're so fast and it's so hard to contest, especially a character like Aimee who has a different ability to move around. He's going to be everywhere. Otherwise, Timeless Creator picked up for Sylvia Seraphine. Could be a big deal depending on how the offense goes. And I think the extra special on Scrimmage also going to be pretty nice. More Asher airships. It's always nice on the offense. But again, I think this team's really struggling to get it onto the other side. And every time they do, they're able to get a lot out of it. You know, again, Asher in the offensive pushes, but you see right now Asher, obviously a power play, but stuck on her side of the field. It's going to be tough to get through everything that Caster's Curse is putting on right now.
Oh, that's right. And there's the pass up, looking for that interception there. We've seen so many times trying to secure this goal with a dash, with a cyber swipe, with anything to stun Arianel, because they've been doing such a good job locking down this net. And as you said, trying to get past that midfield, that's the important thing. We've seen when the Dubu crosses the midfield, how much pressure ends up on Caster's Curse's side. And that's really what this team needs. They just have to try to clear it through. But Nubsta and Cloak doing such a good job with their utility, keeping things scary for this team. The glitch pop almost finding its mark. So here comes the firewall sentry looking to find anything here, stuck in this corner with the Mako ult. The pass up, not able to self pass with the cyber swipe, but so many opportunities when this core cannot leave. Chasing orbs half. And we'll see yet again another clear, another way through as Cloak Oak's able to find the dash with the aerials. Able to secure yet another goal for Caster's Curse, and it doesn't seem like you're able to stop this team.
No, absolutely not. And be careful what you say, you know? You're going to want to watch out. But yeah, Caster's Curse doing a great job this game. Again, just Cloak Oak being able to jump in from pretty much anywhere on the map has been so effective. A great double barrier from Nubsta. And here, the Frying Pan Man, like you said, for a sub, has been putting on a great performance. You know, holding it down and helping this team get it done. Looking good. Sorry. So, you know,
yeah,
I've heard this one before, actually.
I've heard this one too. I've heard it in Legends and in Fables only. And we see Sylvia taking a lot of damage, has to try to use these unstable anomalies offensively. And a soaring clear, unfortunately, back into Cloak Oak's ultimate. So close to greatness, but just unfortunately one wrong direction will send that core into the back of their net. Chasing orbs 1 point away from ending this game. Unfortunately for them, these are best of one series, so Caster's Curse is sitting pretty right now as long as they can escape this defense.
Yeah, really. But you know, can never count out the other team. Chasing orbs, I'm still thinking about how this team has an Asher and how they win every interaction once the ball gets over there. So things are looking pretty good as the ball is on the side of Caster's Curse right now. They have this opportunity trying to get the ball through. But again, Nubsta and Cloak Oak just have such a presence in the midfield. That being said, it's Asher time. Hold on. Oh, great flip coming out from Frying Pan Man, saving that otherwise completely in the point. And now things are looking rough because it's Cloak Oak and Nubsta in the corner looking to get this offense going.
Wow, but look at these clears coming out from the Dubu. Only able to take the second barrier there as this top one has just been locked down for so long. So many strike wars won. The Caster's Curse in a scary situation against this Asher. As you said, the 1v1 capability is there, but Cloak Oak can teleport across the map instantaneously. So see Frying Pan Man looking for these clears. The unstable anomalies coming out from Sylvia. 1 point away here as Cloak Oak finds his top corner. The glitch pop not finding its mark, just barely missing that core. As scrimmage, an opportunity is here. Here's the ult coming out, just has to get it through, and the ult will do the scoring. A beautiful pillar there from Sylvia Seraphine. And that's a goal on the side of Chasing Orbs.
Yeah. And the Pap Splitter just banking it in right there. Putting them on the board this set. And hey, it's as they say, all it takes is a trickle to start a flood, and this could be Orb Chaser's flood here, trying to get something going, get in there, and take a set, start the comeback. But right now,
wow,
and actually right now, it's looking good. A phenomenal hold. It's looking like a dying Cloak Oak will be found on the field. Sylvia Seraphine almost taken out by Nubsta's dash pop, but not. And here they have an opportunity, have one barrier. The Dubu is getting active on the midfield line. That's going to be a flip. Trying to get through 3 people, a little bit tougher than it looks. But this is a great position for Chasing Orbs to be in right now.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Look at these clears coming out from Arianol. This is absolutely perfect from them as they've avoided so many narrow misses here. Even avoiding things like Frying Pan Man's strike shot from downtown across the map. And look at that. The core just goes off the drum into the net from scrimmage. And that's how quickly things can change. Already evened out now in this third set.
It really is. Speaking of across the map from the midfield line, going to be sent in. And now Chasing Orbs tying up this set, have an opportunity here. They just have to get this push. And right now, things are looking great. Wonderful pillar on the wall right there. Trying to hold it in, but no barriers so far. And scrimmage looking a little low. That's going to be 2 barriers down. don't call it a caster's curse, but this might be caster's curse's opportunity to seal away this game.
That's right, and the goalie still has the flip. Might be able to secure a pass forward to a suspecting Cloakoak, but the second barrier falls in the strike war. Lost on the goal line. The flip comes out, and Cloakoak has this passive, ends up burning it away. Now there's the flip from Nubsta up to the top corner, trying to lead it with the glitch pop, but not able to find it. This turret is going to be a problem. Cloakoak on a low HP has to try to steal this orb, but takes so much damage from scrimmage, almost taken off the pitch entirely. Will be flying around, securing that orb, and now the damage coming onto Nubsta. Low HP is able to win the strike war. Cloakoak just has to get it through, almost working with that primary. The shot is a little bit high. Core flipped away, and Frying Pan Man in a scary situation now. An open net, and off the drum, Sylvia Seraphin able to secure the third goal. A reverse sweep in this set, and now they're going to get some good awakenings.
Yeah, really brought it back from the brink, down 0-2-0-2, but getting a set on the board, and that's going to be rapid fire straight to Sylvia Seraphin. Hold on. They're thinking.
Okay.
Taking the rapid fire, that's going to be a ton of primary CDR, pillars left and right, every which way. And that's going to be really strong. And here, you're looking at Aimee and Zen. It's not a very Aimee Zen favorite draft. 3 sparks on the board. Not really what you're looking for. Reverb, I think, is the best pick for Cloakoak here. Going to be nice to have that little bit of extra stagger. And get this, more CDR. You wouldn't believe it, but but here it is. Blast Cannon on Arianol, I think is really scary. Every time that guy gets active, it results in great things, and now he's so much faster. Does get banked by the Mako primary to take it out, but the damage is done. That's one barrier. That's a wall set up. Oh, but that's a dead brawler there for them. And I want to also mention that Frying Pan Man picked up the third Dash Awakening, Chrono Boost on the board. Cloakoak down. Players being traded left and right. But obviously, Chasing Orbs has the net open. They have the opportunity here. They just have to get it into this Asher's hands.
Yeah, whenever that Mako secondary comes out, we see the speed. Nubs is almost double the speed of everyone else on the pitch with those stacks when we see that ability coming out. So that is terrifying. But, you know, that being said, these creations basically act as a fourth striker, and a beautiful goal line save there for Chasing Orbs. I mean, all you have to do is get the core to scrimmage and let them win a strike war, because it's going to happen one time or another.
Yeah, really. And with all these creations, you just take up so much space in so many great spots, and then you can just cover everything else. It's wonderful. That being said, the barrier's down for Chasing Orbs. A flip burn. It get through the hot dog with the slashing strike, sent to the bottom corner, and that's going to be a point for Caster's Curse.
Wow. Yeah, that Zentaro has ridiculous awakenings right now. And something to note, when you see Cloakoak get this passive and they dash, they actually get to the core faster than the dash does. And so they'll be able to strike war it again after with their own passive strike, which is ridiculous on Zentaro.
Yeah, crazy. Crazy. And if they're able to pick up Ad Rush, that takes 1 second off their passive CDR, or their passive cooldown for some reason. Unknown. Oh no! I was gonna say you could strike war right after, but unfortunately, Curse of Zentaro dashing into a creation on the wall is going to be fatal, and that's going to be a power play for Chasing Orbs. Unable to get anything so far, but they have a ton of damage onto Nubsta. Could get another KO somewhere in here. Whoa.
Wow.
Watch that guy's life flash before his eyes.
Yeah, no, for sure. That was some beautiful clear angles coming out from Frying Pan too. And oh no, goalie down. Dubu taken off the pitch here, and Nubsta has the flip. You just have to get it past the Asher and the Rune now, which is an easier task than you might think. Cloakoak finding it, burning that dash, finds another KO, keeping this power play alive. Nubsta looking for the pass up. Cloakoak has the flip, gets it around the Tofu Fortress. But the core is moving so quickly here in overtime, and we see Sylvia back on the pitch. There's the Cyber Slide, catching it with the strike up from Nubsta. A beautiful shot, and once again, here's that 0-2 comfort zone for Chasing Orbs. Caster's Curse. Surely this time they're 1 point away from winning.
Surely, let's talk about it some more. Nothing bad will happen. Anyway, big banish coming out onto Nubsa, who has a lot of stagger from this big fish. I was wondering where it was all coming from, but sitting pretty at 1750, a little bit more than your average IME. But that's one barrier. That's a flip. Gonna be blocked by Arianol. A ton of pillars helping out on the defense. Try and get through this. The rapid fire value is, it's so tangible. There are so many pillars all the time. But that being said, it's just still so tough to get through with these two forwards on Caster's Curse. And before I even finished, both of them banished. A lot of damage onto Cloak, but still these two barriers are up right now.
That's right. And Nubsta is the one you have to get it to if you want this core out of your goalie gate. The core moving so fast right now, breaking that barrier off the drum. These midfielders doing such a good job at locking down the gate. There's a beautiful angle from Sylvia now, looking to secure this last goal here. Nubsta has the flip, misses the strike. The core caught off guard slightly. There's the banish coming through. Could this be a KO if they hit the drum? No. Good positioning from Nubsta, but it's on such low HP. Oh, scary clear from Cloak. Almost sends it through this Asher. And this drum in the center is getting a lot of action right now. It is terrifying.
It really is. But here, Nubsa had a brush with death. Would have lost his stacks, which would have been, I think, absolutely fatal. That guy's so fast, especially with the Mako speed, the stacks, all of it is just everywhere. And here, the Mako speed coming through again. You can just see how fast these guys are. Triple dash Mako is violent. It is like aggressive how quickly they're going. But here, just both teams having this great defense, unable to break through each other right now.
That's right, and it's terrifying for Caster's Curse right now. They have no barriers left. They're just sitting here watching the core fly by at Mach speed. Here comes this turret, and still it runs out of time before this barrier is able to be taken. Another diagonal clear from Arianol, picking the right direction almost every time. Frank Man has to get this through. The ult comes out, but down is scary with these unstable anomalies. These drums are sending the core to the other side so quick that neither the forward nor the brawler have the opportunity to do anything with it.
Yeah, it's overtime. It's Psycho Temple. This thing's moving quickly. A great pillar coming out, stopping that entire corner push, and ball almost goes in. But Frying Pan Man with the flip, able to save it. Another flip coming out from Nubsta. Great patience, able to catch it. Cloak dashing back to get it. Playing a little bit of midfield here, but a great shot from scrimmage almost puts it in. Now Caster's Curse just looking to pass it around, get a great opportunity to push it forward. But there are so many creations coming out from chasing orbs, and it's just so difficult to get through them all.
There are, and we see these clears. The stuff is finally through. Scrimmage just sitting on Frying Pan Man, not allowing anything to happen. And that's what this Asher does. Sit on the goalie, don't let them use any of their projectiles, and then just win the strike war with your secondary, or primary rather.
Yep. And I just, both these goalies are playing so well. Sorry. They actually have done that exact one before, so that's my bad. But here, Frying Pan Man getting sat on by scrimmage, able to stop the Mako speed, which is great. Good flip coming out from Cloco to dodge the banish. Unfortunately, not able to get the flip on the core. Not able to get the barrier here. And scrimmage almost puts it in with the primary once again. But a good passing play, right off the drum is going to take us back to the 0.5.
Wow.
And it's you said O2 comfort zone this set, and I was sitting here and I'm like, maybe they did it once, they can do it again, but Caster's Curse is playing so well this set, and here we are. We've made it 1 point away from tying up the entire game after being down 0-2. This is their chance.
Yeah, here's the speed coming through, but the Rune Pillar will be blocking so much there. We've seen Sylvia just helping out a ton on the defense, able to completely shut down both of these strikers. Nubsta and Cloak Oak just getting cleared diagonally around. Sylvia sitting in jail, looking to find any opportunity here to take these barriers. A nice glitch pop, but once again, just not enough these clears and positioning is too well. There's one barrier though that drops as I say it. Cloakoak burning so much util. There's the second one with the primary. The flip on the goal line will find the KO onto Arianel, but still haven't found the goal yet. This is still winnable for chasing orbs, as we are on golden goal right now for Caster's Curse. There's the second barrier, finally drops. Frying Pan Man though has the flip. You just have to go fast enough, and a great mix-up from Nubside is moving so quick. The goal going through, and Cloakoak will secure it with the KO. Caster's Curse take the series.
Yeah, wonderful play from Caster's Curse there. Great play from Chasing Orbs too. They almost brought it back from the absolute depths, and I have to commend them for that, because that did not look easy. Did not look easy at all, especially, you know, the perfect form, heavy impact Zen, 5 KOs coming out, a million redirects, a ton of redirects coming out from Nubsta, and I think that's really the big thing, is that Nubsta was just, he was so fast. He was covering the whole field with aerials, you know, out the gate, and I think he was the only player to take Mag Souls. Yeah. And something tells me that these things are related. You know, new patch, a lot of people immediately said Mag Souls was dead. Don't worry. Mag Soldiers. The gear is really good. It's just
salute to 07 to my Mag Soldiers, am I right?
07. It's so safe, it's so consistent. You stand on the midfield line and you will always have a ton of speed, especially on a map like Tycho, where you can just take a lane right there, cover that space, and then if someone tries to strike it around you, you have enough speed to react and get to that spot. And I think that alone is so incredibly strong. But I mean, Mag Souls just does so many. It does it all. It does your laundry, your taxes. Don't forget to do your taxes. Everyone, happy April. It's, I think, a huge difference maker in that game. And the perfect form heavy impact Zen, and the triple dash Maka. A lot of things to talk about, but I'm putting out the PSA. I think this is like, fellas, you might have to put on the Mag Souls anyway.
Lace them up. You heard it here first. Shout out Caster's Curse, fellow casters winning this first match of the day. So we're going to hop into a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have 2 more teams that are going to be duking out in yet another best of 1. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit. Welcome back to Season 6 Launchpad at number 2. My name is Tech. Once again, it was Yoshi64. We have some cool teams coming out today for this game. Nasl or Bust versus Codex. Yoshi, I know you have a lot to say.
Oh, don't get me started on Nasl or Bust. Lot to talk about here. We're seeing the grand return of Merchant, not on Oshino Core Flip, which I think is pretty interesting, but showing up with Mystic and Borg. This is all just like, guys, remember the LAN, remember when the LAN happened. Borg, he showed up, had a wonderful performance. He went beast mode, and it has landed himself a team. And Merchant also went to LAN, went beast mode, found himself a team. Mystic, I think, has been on the up and up for a long time now. You know, is ready to get in there. Found a team of also great players. You know, it seems like a match made in heaven. I remember I heard that Borg and Merchant were teaming and that they had a midfielder. I heard that they were looking for a midfielder. Then I found out that they had a midfielder, and I was like, oh, you know who would be great here? You know who would slot in perfectly right here? Mystic. And then I heard the news, and I was like, oh, wonderful. You know, I'm really excited for this roster. It is Nasl or Bust, and I think they can make it. There will be no busting here. Make no mistake. But until, you know, no sniffing Nasl yet. This is just Launchpad. Until then, they will be going up against Codex, who is Zenith, Edicam, and Dragoon. And Zenith, I believe, is the same Zenith that played in Nasl Season 1. Shout out to Nasl West. You know, and I think is a very competent player. You know, hasn't lost the sauce in the almost 2 years since Nasl Season 1. Don't think about that too hard.
Oh, you made me feel so old, Yoshi. Yeah. I did not like that. I'm a spry young man, okay?
I would not age ever, personally. But also rocking with Edicam, who, crazy niche information, played in a TPT, and I think won. Top 2 at least. I don't quite remember. But I'm pretty sure that guy won, playing with Striker Kai and Luke. You know, so showed up, put on a beast mode performance, and I would imagine he's looking to do it again. You know, nothing less against the Seed 1 for Launchpad 2 here, showing up on this specialized orb replicator start. Only one orb replicator pick. I have to do it. Guys, orb replicator only heals your teammates by as much as you heal. So if you're full health, it's not going to heal your teammates because you're not healing. And for that reason, it's like, I've heard people say like, oh, it's an energy awakening. You share the orb energy. They don't give that much. I have to be really angry. I have to be really angry in a public space and say that Orb Replicator is just the worst awakening game by far. Like, and it's not even close. And even though specialized training Asher is not winning any awards, that's value on your awakening as opposed to no value on your awakening. Anyway, I'm a massive hater. They just crush those guys. Maybe Orb Replicator is the difference.
Yeah, chat. Orb Replicator is kind of good. That's totally what got that goal in, and not just Edicam, just absolutely killing everyone on the pitch. I was going to say, while I was listening to you rant a little bit, that I think this match is going to be a particularly bloody one, especially with the spec training start here. And just looking at these two rosters. I mean, we see Borg, the only thing he likes more than maybe flicking the core in with Zentaro is just taking people off the pitch. So I'm expecting to see a lot of KOs this match, especially on AtLab. And we do see a nice shot there from Borg into this bottom corner to kick things out. You know, of course, there is sort of a mountain to climb for Codex being the 16th seed versus seed number 1. We've seen the LAN performance from all of Nasl or Bust team. And it's definitely a mountain to climb. That being said, we've seen how quickly these goals can come out with X. One strike reset against a goalie who primarily focuses on damage and not melee range can be lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great point, is that this game is going to be a real back and forth between the indomitable core control comp that Codex is putting up versus the damage that Nasl or Bust has. And obviously, and we got a little bit of finesse in here too. Borg on the Blick, signature trick, getting it done right here, putting another point on the board, one away from winning the set. But obviously, Nasl or Bust, their team comp is straight out of like Nasl Season 3. You got the Vice Aimi backline with the Zentaro, siphoning Wand. That one's gonna do the trick. This is a very like retirement home comp.
Yeah, do not tell me how long ago that season was, Yoshi. Please
no, we're okay. I don't remember that one too well. It's okay. And so they're doing a great job putting all this damage on, and obviously Merchant, just a beautiful goalie, able to save these on the Vice. No melee goalie required for this guy. But with the now healing coming out from Codex, look at that. It's doing a lot of invalidating all the damage being put up so far. And of course, it's just set 1. Things will get wild soon, but until then, it's looking like this X and Now should just be able to run over Nasl or Bust because they have more KO potential, not having to get through a Now. Ooh. They have the X who's just tearing it up. They have Merchant who's almost dead, is looking to get this orb. I think Nasl or Bust should, in theory, have a high road to climb, but right now they are ahead and doing pretty well. Just trying to get through everything that the X is putting up, but Merchant is down.
Merchant is down, and you have to take this game seriously. I mean, this team, no slouch, despite perhaps the seeding difference on paper. I mean, you got to be careful. Not only is this team really strong, but they can also scale if they win this set. There's a lot of awakenings you don't want Now or X to get, and some of them might be coming up if they're able to take this next barrier and this next goal, and we'll have to see. Nasl or Bust looking to find the score here. Big damage coming out from that center, just trying to stay alive. Merchant in the midfield, Edicam bouncing off multiple surfaces, still manages to take a barrier for it, and Borg has the core flip. Might be looking for a KO if he's able to find it in this corner here. Merchant looking for the down clear, does deny that orb from Edicam, who's just being knocked around by the glitch pop. Finally KO'd by Borg, who has this flip now. A power play opportunity for the side of Nasl or Bust, and Dragon does have the core flip. Unfortunately, that core bounces off the side, will take that final barrier, opting to use the flip just to get it away, but it's going to be hard for Codex to get this core closer and closer to this barrier.
Yeah. Oh, almost a beautiful play from both Borg and Merchant, but Codex able to save it right here. Merchant trying to send it in with the power cord right there from downtown. I want to bring up that Borg and Mystic did some beautiful passing plays to burn Dragoon's flip there, and with just a simple board flick from the man himself, gonna put it in, seal out this set. 3-2. Bit closer than I think anyone would expect, but now with first pick on the board, things like Super Surge, which is going to be picked up right away. Definitely the best awakening for Borg here. That's going to be such a big deal. This little Zentaro is going to be zipping around left and right, up and down, every which way, and doing so much damage. It is going to be terrifying. Glass Cannon on Merchant, also more damage, more speed. Going to be really nice every time he blinks in. The ad rush looking like denied. Edicam going to be picking that up, getting 1 second off the CDs, and might be looking for some dash punches, but it's going to be tough because Mystic picked up Deadeye, and that's just three big booms coming out from Nasl or Bust here. It's going to be so difficult to get through all of this. They were doing a good job before, but I think 3 damage awakenings hitting the field is going to change the climate entirely, and right now, they don't even need to focus damage. They're just having some great plays. And oh no. Unfortunately, we have to save Asher.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 3 big booms. It wouldn't be anywhere else but Costco, am I right? This is a lot of damage and just so much pressure coming out from Nasl or Bust. And this is horrifying. I mean, I think almost so far, 3 out of the 4 goals have been scored by Borg just doing the Borg flick, which is a little bit scary. But Not to mention the final one secured by the goalie. Mystic is doing a great job at supporting literally everyone on this team, and that Deadeye is just going to deal so much damage in combination with Borg, who now is just going to harass the goalie.
Yeah, and we're back. Welcome to Season 3. We're here, ready to play. But yeah, like you said, Mystic doing a great job of just supporting. Every time Merchant blinks up, he always has a pass straight to Merchant, and I think that's such a big deal for how Merchant plays. And a great flip from Borg to counter Dragoon's flip. Borg is just going crazy on him. Like, I've seen this before. We'll be seeing it again. He's back. He's ready to rumble. And it's Nasl or bust.
It sure is. And right now it's looking like Nasl the way this team is playing. We will have to see. And there's an unfortunate double barrier there, just drifting off from Edicam across the map. Gets very lucky. And here comes the speed from Zenith. Did pick up that Among Titans, which is either a game winner or a game breaker. I feel there's a huge KO from Edicam. Finds 2 players. You have 8 seconds to score this before someone's back up. Borg looking to lock it down. Zentaro goalie, obviously the best striker in the game to do this, as they say. Merchant back up. Both players back up. Edicam almost finding the strike ward, but Merchant in the perfect spot. And there's Borg just putting the core through so many cooldowns. Even finds a KO for good measure. From the flip to the bottom corner yet again. Nasl or bust. A beautiful set here, taking it now to set number 3.
Yeah, again, just wonderfully played by Borg. Held it down in the 1v3. Went in. Core flip scored. Has been rewarded with perfect form.
Oh no.
We just keep seeing these Zentaros win, get perfect form, and the rest is history. Like, I don't know. It just great plays by Borg. 1-2 punch being picked up by Dragoons, pretty scary. Core speed from the goalie, always something to be afraid of. But Stagger Swagger denied. Spark Resilience picked up. Big Fish also denied, and Edicam is left with Might of Colossus with no size awakenings, which is not awful. You know, more power every time he ults, but I don't know if he's going to be ulting anytime soon with how much damage is coming out on this guy right now.
Oh my gosh. He has no energy, and he's down to like a third of his HP instantaneously.
Yep, and the now ult's already been burned. It's looking pretty tough out here.
Oh.
I won't lie, but barrier's down. Here's an opportunity, but we saw this last point, a really hard point to recover from. They were able to get 2 KOs and they weren't able to secure the point. And now
Yoshi.
it's a bloodbath.
Oh no.
They're all dying. There's so much damage. No.
Yeah, that flip just came through and every ability was thrown into that corner. We saw the cyber swipe come through. We saw that secondary coming out from the Vice. It is just a nightmare to play against this. And all things considered, Edicam doing a good job as they can at staying alive throughout this. And Dragon is locking down this barrier more often than not. But that being said, if you're off the pitch, there's no amount of defense really that can save you.
Oh, but you know what can is a big adrenaline rush KO. Mystic fighting back though, trying to take out Edicam, but unable to. Merchant down, the barrier not going though. Borg actually getting his own in the reverse power play. And now Edicam looking a little low here, looking like he's going to be facing the entire brunt of Nasl or bust, and a great power core is going to be sending him away at just vicious, brutal. It's looking like Codex's best opportunity is to just get these straight KOs on or with Edicam for the adrenaline rush, but even that's not working out as Nasl or bust is just holding through it anyway.
Yeah, as they say, the best defense is a good offense, and there's one coming through. Edicam with that strike reset, able to find the barrier. Merchant looking to pass this up to Borg, trying to stuff it through, has so many cooldowns. The passive blocked away, this time by Zenith, as Merchant has to hold down this difficult goal, looking for that bottom corner. And we see Edicam actually wins the strike war, punches it through the bottom, and Codex is on the board.
Yeah. Great work from Edicam getting KO on Mystic. and then great patience on that strike war. Had a ton of speed and knew that he just has to win one strike war, and that's always going to be the thing about ranged goalies is if you sit down and say I just have to win this one strike war, and then you do, that's it. What's Vice gonna do? Secondary you, try and strike power chord? Well, the core's already going through her. You won the strike war. Like, it is difficult, but if anyone can make it work, obviously it is Merchant, who's been winning most of these strike wars so far and enabling his team to just go crazy right here. Borg looking for a devious flick, gets the passive, doesn't matter though, the original shot just sending it right in, and Nasl or bust is 1 point away from making top 16 in this Launchpad.
That's right. I have not seen Borg shoot towards the middle of the net this entire game, Yoshi. That's all I want to say. I think if you had two goalies and you lock one down on the top, one on the bottom, that might be all you need. But look at the damage coming out. 1 KO. Borg just fishing for the second. The flip coming out. But that means Dragon has no more energy and the abilities are being wailed on. Ends up finding it, and somehow that core does not go into the net. Codex with a little bit of a miracle there to escape that one, but not out of the fray just yet. Mystic has this core in the corner. Borg full HP into the super surge dash, and that is all she wrote. Nasl or bust. One game closer to making it to Nasl.
Yeah, it is a long road to get all the way there, but this was a great game to set the tone of the trip, just going all the way. And it's what I would expect from the seed one of this Launchpad. Just great play coming out. Only 5 KOs. Actually, more KOs on Edicam alone, but every KO mattered for them. A ton of damage coming out. I mean, 31k from Borg. Oof. They just don't do it like him. Put on the one and get to work. 8 goals too. Beautiful play from Nasl or bust. And Codex. I think they put up a great performance, but again, you're up against a team that's shooting all the way for Nasl and looking like they have a great chance for it. It's going to be difficult.
That's right. And also something to point out here, a nice anagram damage number from Borg, 31313. It's the same thing. Ooh. Backwards. Just wanted to point that out. I just know that Borg is a very well-rounded player. So, can play forward and backwards against this team. But yeah, I mean, look at that. 117 redirects, both shared by Mystic and Merchant. Really just coming out, obviously dominant performance as expected from this number 1 seed here. And really just the team to look out for moving forward. I mean, these are all terrifying players to go up against in their own right. And with Merchant and Mystic to back up Borg, I think this is a team to look out for moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Has a great shot and making it to landing. And again, all the way to Nasl. So keep your eyes peeled. Do not pray for the bust. It's Nasl all the way. And with that, I believe we will be cutting to break and preparing for our next match.
Yeah, we'll see you in a little bit. Also, sorry, that's a palindrome, not an anagram. Thanks, Everblaze. Anyway, see you in a bit. Welcome back. We are going to be starting here very shortly. We have Handless Dogs versus Starbreakers, or perhaps the other way around on the overlay. Seed 5 versus Seed 4. This is going to be a great match heading here into Clarion Test Chamber. Yoshi, what are you expecting to see? Although we already see draft.
Man, well, I'm expecting to see, I think, maybe a Juno, Rasmus, and Vice. I think that's a pretty Starbreakers comp.
I think so too.
I can't do this bit. I don't have it in me. I think we're expected to see one of the best matches of today. Obviously, both these teams seeded to qualify to make it out, seed 4 and 5. But I think pretty confidently both these teams should make it out. I'm anticipating it. But now, again, seeded so close to each other, which one's going to make it out? We see some really interesting things going on. We see a Juno Rasmus coming out from Starbreakers, which I believe are just Jay and just Logan's like 2 favorite characters. That's what I would expect. But I'm seeing a Finny midfield and a big Dubu forward coming out from Handless Dogs with the Estelle goalie in the back. Very, very interesting. But I'm a bit of a fan, especially on the stack start. These guys are going to be moving. I love Dubu forward. I'm such a big Dubu forward fan. And he's big, you give him some speed, and that guy is moving. And just has phenomenal abilities to stuff. It is great. That all being said, a lot of damage coming out from Starbreakers. And Handless Dogs are looking a little low right now.
That's right. You love to see a Dubu forward. You cannot hate that. But this is going to be hard. Running this Estelle goalie into a Juno comp has the potential to be very dangerous. And Nikki's able to pick up that snipe from Weston to secure that top corner shot. But things are scary. I can see Jay scaling very heavily with any awakenings that might be coming up and just being an absolute nuisance for Weston. I think any speed on the side of Starbreakers is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, Rasmus also a pretty problematic character for Estelle goalie. You know, Estelle and Rasmus are pretty similar characters. They've got the forward primary. Well, that's it, but that's all that. Like, that's the most important one, you know?
That's right.
And so you can go primary for primary, but Rasmus has a lower CD primary, and so you don't really, as a Estelle goalie, want to go primary for primary, especially when you have to also defend against Juno. Like, it's definitely going to be a difficult battle, I think, for both goalies on the defense. You know, we see another Vice, and it's getting kind of Dubu'd right now. You know, the big Boo is in the building and having a bigger strike hitbox, and so far, maximum stacks. I feel like Nikki is just covering every clear here, and it's just so difficult to get through. The big Boo is completely indomitable.
100%. We see, of course, both forwards and midfielders opting for the stacks on stacks, whereas both goalies on that spark of focus, and that is going to be... It's just going to make your life a lot easier playing against some of these players. Having more CDR as a goalie, especially as a goalie that's not a melee goalie, right? It's just so effective. And we see this is going to come into play, especially later if we do see any more sparks on the pitch. Just one more tool at these goalies' disposals to make their lives a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. But in the meantime, we see a big finish taking that one barrier. Very nice. Mr. Flambeau has no energy, though. Could be relevant. Just Logan with the flip. Nikki Middleton taken down by Jay's flip. And now this is looking great for Starbreakers as they are able to break right through the Handless Dogs defense and get a point on the board. I do think that map was heavily favored for their team comp. The Rasmus on the big open bounce house is wonderful. But we're seeing them surge here, taking a barrier in the first few seconds of the point. Looking for a second one. They just have to get through the Finny and Estelle. And I've heard of harder things to do, you know? So this could be their opportunity to bring it back.
That's right. Starbreakers, both sides with one barrier here. Starbreakers caught in this defensive cycle here. Has to try to get it out. As Jay taking a lot of damage. That center popped again. Mr. Flambeau, though, also low. Is going to be running back. sitting on those full stacks and midfield, so we'll be able to move quickly, but instead taken off the pitch by Jay with one of those blobs. Just Logan looking for the pass. A beautiful strike shot and flip by Weston will keep this barrier alive just in time for Mr. Flambeau's Finny to come back up. And it is hard to get it past this midfield when you're solely relying on these strikes. I mean, these characters are so fast that trying to win these strike wars isn't always an easy task. And we do see that second barrier falling. The stun not finding its mark, but just Logan doesn't even need to redirect that. Jay finds the bottom corner of the net. And things are all evened out in set number 1.
Yeah, it's just like you said, the Juno showing up and being a big threat to Weston. The core speed from both the Vice and the Juno is just so vicious. And Estelle, who has such a long windup on the primary, is going to have to use a different CD to try and defend it. Strike shot or something else. If there's nothing up, it could just be cooked, like in that situation right there. Really difficult. Tough stuff, you know? But now we're on to a 0.5, and Nicki Minilin trying to get it into this corner, blocked away by the Supernova. Both flips actually just completely shut down. And now these two teams kind of locked in a bit of a stalemate, looking to get any sort of reprieve. Just Logan looking a little low, but so far nothing yet for either team.
Yeah, both teams just sitting comfortable with one barrier. And this is hard to get through. You're going to see these bursts where just Logan is going to run forward, use all of the cooldowns. We're going to reset to neutral. And then we're going to see the side of Handless Dogs use all their cooldowns. And it's just going to be a back and forth on which barrier falls first. All while trying to stay alive from these two sides. A lot of damage coming out from the side of Handless Dogs. You see just Logan being passed around the pitch. Dave, no energy left, but Jay will be in the midfield. And this core speed now, as we hit overtime, is moving so quickly. Just Logan with the secondary, able to put that one through. And Starbreakers in a close set 1, able to close this one out.
Yeah, bring it back from the 0-2. And something I noticed on that point that was really interesting is since the barriers, both the top barriers were taken on both sides immediately. Not immediately. They were gone. And so both teams were playing with the core at the top side of the map. It spent most of the time at the top, and they were trying to shove it through the corners. Obviously, neither team would want to bring it down in front of their barrier, but that just made the point, I think, last so much longer because they were just playing in that empty space the whole time instead of trying to force it through to the barrier. And so I think in a situation, especially on this map, where opposite barriers are taken, one on the bottom and one on the top for each team, that usually makes a situation much easier to get through, because you know you don't want to play on the side that your barrier's on, and you're also going to play on the side that the enemy barrier's on. Anyway, I'm seeing a Stinger Juno and a Primetime Estelle. Those seem like the big takeaways from that draft that I talked entirely through. And also Nicki Minilin was shot dead in the streets, lost to stacks. It's just 0.1, so it doesn't really matter. But now the net's open and things are looking a little spooky.
Yeah, this is really spooky. Able to just get out of that one, but Weston, unfortunately, those speakers are a little too loud. You gotta turn those down. Noise complaint finds the net from just Logan, and that's probably one of the most uncomfortable map variants of Clarion Corp for goalies, especially. I know I personally hate it. I imagine if you're not playing any sort of melee goalie, I'm sure Atlas loves that map, but Estelle kind of just sits there and has to take it.
Yeah, Estelle seems really tough. It looks like you just have to play really smart with your beam, and that's very difficult because of how fast the core is moving the entire time. So, tough situation. Just sometimes you pick a comp on Clarion and you get to that one variant, and it's like this one's not for us. That's okay. This one's for Handless Dogs. They're looking great on this variant right now. Have both barriers down. Mr. Flambeau still not alive. My bad. But with the net open, and so far,
wow,
both barriers taken by Starbreakers, things are suddenly looking a little bit rougher than I was initially anticipating at the beginning of that sentence.
Yeah, the Vice from Dave helping out a lot, actually. That Chain Lightning taking out that second barrier. We see Jay now has the core flip, but so does Nikki. Both sides are open. There's the flip through the bottom, punished for their sins from the supernova. Taken off the pitch, and now Jay has this middle buff. Trying to get it past, but the core just goes past the blob. All three players now past the midfield line, looking for the shot, but not able to find it yet. Dave dealing so much damage, and the secure from just Logan, able to get it past that beam. And surely the flip comes out here soon, as Jay has to get this around Nikki. And it stalls enough time out for all members of Handless Dogs to come back on the pitch. Dave with the supernova, still not finding its mark. Beautiful defense here as Nikki looks to strike it through. There's the flip and shot through Mr. Flambeau. Jay will secure the second goal in this set, and Starbreakers right now are pulling away with this game.
Yeah, really, the damage is coming out for them, and I think the two things I'm noticing is that Finny and Dubu are both characters who don't have... Finny has 0 mobility ability, you know, and Dubu only has a Summer Assault, not spectacular for getting around the board. They're both really relying on these stacks to give them the mobility they need to avoid this damage, but they keep, you know, getting damaged and then losing their stacks, and now they are really slower than the enemy team, and also just lacking any tools to get around the damage, which means it's just easier to hit them. So things are looking tough. They, again, have taken both barriers right away, but it looks like they're just really struggling to get any scoring attempts. That being said, Nikki Miniland almost going crazy right there. Mr. Flambeau almost getting it with the big finish, but the defense from Starbreakers is just too strong right now.
Yeah, it's so hard. Jay and just Logan are just skating around this map, dancing circles, honestly, across the Handless Dogs team because of that speed, like you mentioned. And now Nikki, despite having flip, is on the stagger. Unfortunately, that Tofu Fortress, I thought not working, ends up finding its mark, throws the core forward into the flip, and Nikki Miniland gets a goal. That's the goated interaction from the Tofu Fortress. You never know what you're gonna get. You order your little suspicious stew and see what comes out.
Yeah, every Dubu wall is a skillful expression, and whoever just wills it harder to work will make it work. You know, it's like the Force in Star Wars, and I won't elaborate. And if you just want it more, you'll get it in. So good job, Nikki Miniland, for strength of character. And for the first barrier so far, looking to get a second, but this is looking like another difficult map for the Handless Dogs comp, where it's very narrow, it's very hard to get anything done. Oh no, didn't want it enough on this one. Uh-oh.
Oh, minus 1,000 aura for that one. The core being locked in prison. This is no solo leveling Dubu wall coming out from Nikki there, and we do see Dave using the mobility from the eject button so well, is able to help out whenever Jay takes damage. Just go ahead and do the forward and midfield roll yourself. Why not? Although just really have to be careful about not getting caught out there. We've seen a few times where Dave has teleported forward and unfortunately has lost a barrier because of it. One left and some nice Crystal Thorns from Weston across map. We'll take that last barrier. Everyone's sitting there. The Dubu wall again, and crazy strike wars coming out from Starbreakers. Keep the barrier alive for a little bit longer, and just Logan and Dave pushing up forward. This barrier is looking juicy right now for them. They have to try to take it soon.
It's looking juicy indeed, but Weston holding strong right now. Nikki Miniland on the dribble, interrupted by the power cord, looking to get something, but these passes between Starbreakers were looking so good until right there. Mr. Flambeau able to slide it in, and we're tying up this set as well, just like last set. Last time, Starbreakers were able to take it, but Handless Dogs with the momentum, winning that last point. Might be looking to change it up, tie up this game. They're going to have to work for it, though, losing that first barrier, and on Project Obscura, where the forwards are just going to rack up a ton of damage for free. It's going to be difficult. That's exactly what the Handless Dogs don't want to do, and right now, Nikki Miniland looking a little low. Things are looking dangerous. The gate is open, and they have to get this barrier sometime soon, or else Nikki Miniland's going to die, and it's going to be really rough from there.
Yeah, you need that flip, and honestly, flipping for barriers might be the play here. It's so hard to take, and unfortunately, the big finish not working out, or rather working perfectly. Mr. Flambeau takes that second one, forced to do a little bit of double defense in the net right now. Just Logan on low stagger, avoiding all enemies in the pitch, winning some big strike war, though. That's going to stall some time, build up some more stagger. Jay on this bottom side, just Logan staggered now, but moving very quickly across the pitch. Weston does have the flip, might be able to escape it. The Tofu Fortress not finding its mark quite yet, as Nikki on the dribble looking for the top shot, blocked away by just Logan. Weston in the net, just providing assistance. Dave flips it forward, able to avoid that primary power cord coming out from Vice. Saved away again, but now Nikki's staggered, and anything could turn on the drop of a dime. One ult is all it needs, and just Logan ends up beating it with the pendulum swing, calls out Weston's bluff, and is able to secure set number 2. Dave will get the MVP and potentially pick up a third spark.
Yeah, and Logan there slam dunking that pendulum swing on Weston's bloodline and picking up Dave taking that third spark, like you said. That's pretty scary. Vice not a character known for being a massive spark enjoyer, but with so much extra speed and CDR, this guy's going to be a threat on the field all the time. We see Just Logan picking up a Dash Awakening, and Jay on the reverb getting some stagger, denying it from the enemy team. That's going to be nice. And Mr. Flambeau has a Size Awakening, which is going to help a lot in Strike Wars interactions, especially with the stacks and Finny's base speed. Also a little bit of stagger on the big fish. That's going to be nice. But otherwise, not a whole lot of pickups for Handless Dogs. Weston has heavy impact, which is more CDR, you know, more damage, etc. It's going to be nice, but I don't know if it'll be enough to get through. And Nikki Middleton picked up Siege Machine, which is like, it's okay. I wouldn't mind seeing some dastardly Dubu KOs come out, but if we're not seeing that, mostly we're seeing Dubu get KO'd himself. So, yeah. Unfortunately, the shoe's on the other foot, and things are looking tough for Handless Dogs as Starbreakers are just kind of outdoing them in almost every department.
Yeah, well, as soon as this power play comes out, all 3 players across that midfield line for Starbreakers, and Dave barely gets back in time. I'm sure he knows what he was doing, but still, a little bit scary. Teleport him back to the net. There's that Supernova coming out, helping Just Logan on the offense. He's taken a lot of damage. That heavy impact from Weston is big, and the Summer Assault gets the job done. Nikki finds a KO, and despite this being a power play, it's still looking pretty good for Starbreakers here. Have 2 flips and the energy economy, and we'll see Just Logan come back onto the pitch momentarily as one burned away. The flip unfortunately used prematurely, as that shot top corner finds its mark for Mr. Flambeau.
Yeah, really well played by Mr. Flambeau, taking that shot across the net from the midfield line, and that's really difficult to do. You don't really see that very often anymore. It's just the 2-man defense comes out, and all of your core flip angles from that position are just locked up. But here we see another flip coming out, blocked away by the big finish. You know, gotta feel nice there for Handless Dogs, as they have quite the hill to climb if they want to win this game, because all of this damage coming out from Starbreakers is really, as it has been all game, really making things difficult, and they have to capitalize on every opportunity they get, because if not, then I think Weston's just, as we talked about earlier, has a really difficult matchup, is in really difficult spots that aren't super easy to deal with. A great wall, though, from Nikki Middleton is going to be locking up both Dave and Jay on the top side, letting Mr. Flambeau just put that in, covering the bottom. Well played. 1 point away from taking a set right now. This could be the comeback that Handless Dogs are looking for, as we're on Project Xenocloak now.
That's right, Finny, Mr. Flambeau specifically playing that midfield role very well with those stacks in the right place at the right time. And that's really all you need. You're relying on Nikki to get into these scoring positions, or at least barrier taking positions, by using the Tofu Fortress, by using the log, and by hopefully not getting KO'd. But as we've seen throughout the series, this is happening very consistently. Of course, big damage, especially with that Juno Stinger, Might of Colossus Rasmus, and all sorts of other goodies that Dave has in store. Just like that, we'll be able to put in a goal and perhaps mount the comeback in this set. We've seen a bunch of 0-2 sets easily recoverable today so far throughout our previous game. So Yoshi, we could see that yet again in a game like this.
Yeah, so far every set has gone to the 5th point. Might not here though, as Handless Dogs diving in, unable to get it so far. The defense from Starbreakers just holding on through that all, but Weston getting active with the piercing shot, able to put it in, seal out a set for Handless Dogs, the first one to not go to that 5th point. Mr. Flambeau clocking an MVP, best in Texas, looking like he could deny a spark. Congratulations. You get to cancel the election and nothing else, unless nope, yeah, nope, none of that. Not having any of that. 1-2 punch though, very scary, being denied. Picked up by Weston. Gonna be really nice. Core speed on Estelle, great, but that's just going to be more CDR going to Jay with that reverb twin drive. That's gonna be pretty nice. Extra special on Dave's also terrifying. Has all these stats and is gonna show up with a big boom on the start of every point. That is scary. Nikki Minilin picking up specialized training. It could be big. It could make something happen, but not a Dubu Awakening, if I'm to be honest. That draft for Handless Dogs was just, we have to deny all of the Ultra Gigabits that Starbreakers could pick up. And then they still got extra special on Vice, Twin Drive on Juno, and another Dash Awakening on Rasmus. So, again, I was talking about an uphill battle and that they have to fight earlier, and it just keeps getting worse. You know, they've clocked in 1 set, but now they have to do 2 more if they want to win. And it's looking really... it's looking like a lot. There's a lot they have to do.
Yeah. When that's the best that they can get after being denied, it's a scary situation. And we see Dave not using the extra special this time, but instead just using that eject button, getting active. And that's something you were talking about earlier. We saw the one time Weston pushes all the way up past that midfield line with the piercing shot, able to secure that goal. And we haven't really seen them been able to get active, mainly because of power plays like that. And just because the defensive capability of Estelle is so difficult, especially when your midfielder or forward is just taken off the pitch. But 1v3 Dubu, Nikki Minilin getting it done, large and in charge. Will push through with that core flip, and that's how strong these flips are. You can take back sets by pushing a single button.
Yeah. Rock up with the core flip, let it rip, and that's going to be it. Looking great from Nikki Minilin, but now has no energy. Bit of a scary spot to be. Has enough speed to evade the supernova, but in the meantime, both barriers gone down, and it's tough. It's really difficult.
Yeah, Yoshi, or Logan rather, doing a great job with that speed. And you can just pass it. You just have another midfielder in Dave with that eject button, getting up and putting in work as the goalie here. We love to see it. Perhaps a midfielder and another life. I will never know, but a nice barrier there taken right off rip by Nikki. Bouncing off that, Flambeau in the right position yet again on the bottom side to secure this barrier. And there's the one falling, just Logan putting that chrono boost to work in a second. There it is, not able to secure that second barrier though, and there's a slight uphill mountain despite all 3 players being past the midfield line. Jay just executes Mr. Flambeau off the pitch, and now Weston has a mountain to climb for another 5 seconds, using that piercing shot with it up to Jay. But Dave has the flip, isn't too concerned about this in the Tofu Fortress, right in the center, and up clear is a genius decision there. Pops that center barrier. Jay looking to get it through. Just Logan can't connect on the pendulum swing. Dave is getting to the midfield line, looking to pass it forward, but yet again not able to find its mark. 1 point away from closing out this game. Starbreakers wants to close it out, does not want to leave any opportunity for Handless Dogs to come back. And the pass is slightly wide. Mr. Flambeau stalling out time with the big finish there. Weston, the pass blocked away by Dave. Just Logan trying to secure it. The Juno blob almost gets it in, but Just Logan cannot find the strike war win as Jay, the self pass, goes back up and Dave is cutting off the top line. Jay and Just Logan in a good pressure situation, but blocked away by this Tofu Fortress. The cross clear yet again. Just Logan needs to win one strike war to take this game. But Yoshi, things are so scary.
Things are so scary. This point has gone on a little bit too long. Decor is moving a bit too fast for my liking personally, but both teams' defense is holding strong. Now Handless Dogs with an opportunity, mounting an offense right there. Burns the flip from Dave. Still has it on their side. Just passing between each other. Both are close to flips. This is exactly where you want to be if you're the Handless Dogs, but ball's got passed. Weston doing a great job keeping it up. That's one flip, though, unable to get through. And Mr. Flambeau is going to have to find an opportunity to transition onto this offense and get a little offensive if he wants to score this point, because right now the Duber's looking a little low. Things are looking tough, and I feel like Weston can only hold so many times with this 1-2 punch speed before Starbreakers are able to push it in. Dubu down. Mr. Flambeau, no energy. Weston has a flip. That could be an opportunity to get something done. But right now, he has to burn it in front of Just Logan. And, the blink goes wide. Unfortunately not able to save it right there. And Starbreakers are going to be taking this one.
Oh, man, that's such a hard way to lose with the Rose Warp, and the core is moving that fast. Just sends it backwards into the net. That being said, insane defensive from both of these teams. A huge GG's as Starbreakers take this one. The absolute smallest of upsets you could possibly have in terms of seeding, but still an upset nonetheless.
Yeah, still really well played. We're looking at 11 KOs coming out from Starbreakers to the one that Nikki Mendelin was able to find, and that's that's a lot of damage. It's looking like a Dave sweep for me. That guy had 291 redirects. He was everywhere at once, playing all three roles, holding it down through the Dubu, which was a little tough at first, but once he got his footing, was just not letting anything go through. Now, 121 saves really proves that. It is not like he was sitting there playing forward or getting into the fray the whole time. Spent a lot of the game just trying to hold it down and was able to do so. And that's a big win for Starbreakers. Moving on to, I believe, a qualifying match, whereas Handless Dogs will be moving down and gonna have to fight a little bit harder if they want to qualify today.
That's right. Well, that was an awesome match. Thank you guys for watching. And we're going to hop into a quick break here. When we come back, Grimella and MVNYC are going to be your casters. So Yoshi, it was a good time casting with you. Any final thoughts for the stream before we pass it over?
I'm really looking forward to the rest of these games. I'm looking forward to the next cast. Stay tuned. I'm gonna tune in. It's gonna be great. And I like Launchpad. I love Omega Strikers. Yay!
Yeah.
So stay tuned. Keep watching. Got a whole lot of Omega Strikers left to play. Or left to watch. I'm not playing right now. I cleared my day to watch this. So, see you then.
channel.
Hello, we're in the wrong VC. Give me a second. Let's move. All right, we're good now, and we're here with Wee's Little Ferrets versus Wee's Big Bees. Wee's Little Ferrets, the 19 seed, they upset the 3rd seed. They upset Coconut Catastrophe. And I will say, pretty upsettable team. They got upset, but you know, NV, shout out to Ferret for doing that.
Honestly, that is definitely... Okay, hold on. I can actually hear you for some reason. I'm not sure. Oh, hold on. I know why. I'm fixing it.
I know
this is
why.
a good cast. Okay, 100% fixed. Really good. Yes, the upset, that was a crazy thing that happened. What's even more crazy to me is that Opabug did not DQ out of a tournament. And that, to me, that means a lot. Opabug wants to play in this tournament, and they want to win, and they have a pretty solid team at doing so here. Also, we're going to start on to the Atlas Lab. Glass Cannon, Monumentalist, trying to talk about the Awakenings, but they're actually playing a little bit too fast here, though. The Ferrets are going a little bit crazy right now, taking the first 2 barriers here. See if Ripstick can get this one out of here. Cannot. Actually, Hakuria playing really good right there. It wins a strike war as well with the help of Opabug. Gets that first point for Wee's Big... I forgot the name already. Big Bandits or something. Hold on, let me get it.
Big Bees. Wee's Big
Hey,
Bees.
huge bees. Such a big bee.
Yeah, not to be confused with Wee's Little Bees, who are also a team, but it's a lot of offense in this game so far. The Finny goalie, not too good up close, especially against the Juliet of Overgrown Lemon 5, who played a big part in that upset earlier versus Coconut Catastrophe. But right now, the defense is also calling the question here. Ripstick losing 2 barriers early against now. This is quite interesting, but it's a double midfield, right? Opabug, most known for the Juliet, most known for the Brawlers, most known for sitting on top of the goalie, is playing now.
Yeah, that is a little crazy. Double midfield. It's a really just crazy range team, right? Even with Finny goalie as well. They do not have a lot of defense for these barriers, but all this offense is resulting in them getting the barriers and actually making pressure on the opposing team. So it looks like it's working out right now. See if Grown Lemon can make something happen here. Gets kind of shot by Hakuria, though, losing possession for just a moment here. But nice glitch pop from Angle Senpai, and followed up with a glitch pop to grab, or a cyber swipe to grab that barrier. It's going to be nice here. Hakuria going to go for a flip, sends it on down to Ripstick, who's going to block that one away pretty easily, though. Opabug looking a little bit weak, could possibly be the next target of kill. Ends up missing the strike on the flip, but also keeping himself alive in return, which is going to be fine. But the big finish is going to result in a huge catastrophe into the face of Judgmental. It's going to be a 1-1 right now in this set, as it's going to backfire there.
Well played by Overgrown Lemon, using a lot of abilities, ability strike on the core to keep the core away from the other side. Make Judgmental have to have a hard detonation, and even with the flip, could not reach it there. Opabug playing this now pretty interestingly, playing it very Brawler-esque with his Monumentalist, trying to get up close and personal, but Hakuria is also incredibly low here. Could be the target, and I think that if Overgrown Lemon can scale a little bit in the dash punch department, that could be a huge threat coming in, because these dash punches are barely missing the KOs.
True, and now also having a low health pool as well. It kind of seems like a lot of players on the team of Bees is going to be a little bit weak at some points. They're losing a lot of health, so you can already see Opabug is staggered. They're kind of knocking him around a little bit, but Hakuria gets possession of the ball for just a moment here. Okay, dash punch from Grown Lemon is going to be really good. Going to slay Judgmental. Free barrier right there with that flip. Now they have this power play to see if they can clean up this point. Hakuria with a really great interception there. See if Opabug can hold the line through. Okay, if they do actually survive, Hakuria just needs to heal a little bit, and this is going to be a nice reset.
Not a reset if Overgrown Lemon gets the core, though. The possession can't be maintained by the Big Bees, and the Ferrets will take another point here. Overgrown Lemon is such a threat with the core, plays it so confidently with the dribbles, and I'd like to see that, especially in a team that is not seeded to make it into liftoff here. Maybe they can do it.
I would like to see them do it. Upsets is how I get my jollies these days. These tournaments showing up. Okay, we're going to have one barrier going down here for each side. Up to Ripstick, who's got the strike shot to make a little bit of a play here happen. Also has a flip to maybe approach a little bit and try to grab this last barrier. Overgrown is going to back up, try to heal a little bit, maybe go for that orb. Actually not going to do that, and going to get comboed by Hakuria instead. Now Ripstick and Angle Senpai are alone in this 2v3. Maybe they can make something happen here with a really big sentry, but it's not going to work out just yet. A flip coming out from both team members right through the big finish. It's actually going to use the momentum in their favor to get it on through. Angle Senpai also trying to do damage to Hakuria. Yeah, they're going to combo her, but not going to knock her staggered just yet. Still got more abilities here. Estelle keeps themselves alive. Now Overgrown Lemon has the ball for just a moment here, but can't seem to get a nice dribble. They were a little too close to the wall. And see if we can get a flip here, kind of get this clear. Judgmental ends up losing a strike board to Overgrown Lemon. Now their barrier is or their goal is open. Now it's up to Ripstick to hold this one.
Yeah, Overgrown Lemon in position to dribbles. The flick, the punch, the coverage from Overgrown Lemon. Judgmental stood no chance in the net there. What a dominant Juliet performance in these first 4 points. A very deserved MVP, and we might see the scaling we need here.
Absolutely, doing so much damage to the enemy team as well. A little bit of damage on this Juliet could go a long way, and they are already hovering something like Spark of Strength, but maybe going to go for stacks instead. A lot of speed is also just as valuable as it could be. I mean, keeping up with the opposing team as well. If you can stick to them, it's just easier to get a lot more damage on them too. Looking for something here to keep themselves alive. Atlas gets Timeless Creator, which is not going to help the ult all that much if they're going to find themselves staggered, but not too much damage. Actually, we're going to have Angle Senpai going to be the one to go for Spark of Strength, so they're going to try to maybe to stick a little bit to this damage-centric playstyle they've been going for. They're getting a lot of value off at least staggering someone. They're not really getting a whole lot of straight-up kill confirms, but staggering someone, getting them out of the play is going to be great. But wow, insane Rose Warp from Ikuria is going to just straight up snag them a power play. A lot of damage even on the Furret team here. They're pushing so hard to get that barrier. Really great work. This power play is just about over, and they only lose 1 barrier in return. I'd say a really great play there from the Bees.
Yeah, and I think Furret kind of overthought that draft. Of course, the outcome is not bad in the slightest, but I think they could have gone a little bit better, and we're kind of seeing that here. A Judgmental, Appabug, and Hikuria very comfortable with what they picked up, very comfortable with the state of the game at the moment, especially when Appa has that Among Titan speed, and that additional size is also a nice treat for the Strike Wars for the rest of the team here. Overgrown Lemon's going to have to do some extra work to try and build up those stacks to really just keep up with the play.
Yeah, no, I actually totally agree with what you're saying here, though. Oh, wow. As I'm chatting that, they get a really quick power play there. Overgrown Lemon securing 1 more of these kills. Ikuria also looking a little bit weak. Judgmental cannot seem to hold that barrier here. They got multiple flips on the side of the Furrets, but they're not going to spend them just yet. Dealing a lot of damage over to Ikuria, knocking them out of the play for just a moment. Overgrown Lemon fast enough to catch that ball off that ricochet, and they're going to land that point there. This upset could happen here, you know. Sorry, your team might be able to make it right now.
My team? Not my team, but, you know.
Not your team, but, you know, we're calling out the upset.
It's true. It's true. It's looking quite impressive, especially for Overgrown Lemon here. A lot of this team's success is just hinging on Angle Senpai being able to keep it up as much as possible. Ripsy being able to keep it as much as possible so Overgrown Lemon gets possession of the core, because this team is not a top team on defense. Like, I'm just going to be honest here. If they're on defense, they are struggling. But when they're on offense, they are dominating, especially against a non-melee goalie like Fini here. Overgrown Lemon has so much room to work with, looking for a Strike War win there. Almost gets it if Appabug didn't win that Strike War. And we're seeing how much pressure they can put on every single chance they get.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of pressure onto Ripstick. I know that the opposing team does not have a brawler, but the ball can get out of hand a lot of the times, while all 3 players have, like, really good projectiles. A lot of ways to hit the core at ranged positions, so it's really going to be on Ripstick to try to keep all of the resources that they can, and Angle Senpai coming back to help, which is really great here, as we can see from that sentry. Tries to get a kill with that Rose Warp again onto Angle Senpai. It's not going to work out, though, but they have a Appabug who is really weak right now. A big finish is going to directly counter them as well, and it's going to be Overgrown Lemon getting credit for that goal, possibly getting a strike onto the other, like a strike onto the other side of the big finish. It's going to result in their point, and they're looking good right now. They are doing a good amount of damage to the enemy team as well, and I mean, I think that is looking like their win condition for the most part.
Yeah, I like how Ripstick is pushing up the mid line very, very often. Again, keeping the core up is so important. If you lose a barrier or 2 along the way, that is fine as long as you give Overgrown Lemon enough chances. And barely surviving is Overgrown Lemon here. Important to keep these stacks stacked up. And barely unstaggers here, and Angle Senpai helping out as well. The craziest Sad Boys angle, but immediately the barrier taken right afterwards, and that was ridiculous.
Yeah, really tight situation there. Appabug still alive, though, as well. Nice evade there from Ripstick. The only way to survive that situation is to get a really well-timed evade strike. Oh my gosh, we're just not fast enough to get the ball. The determination from Hikuria keeping that ball up is going to be good enough to get that point there from the Furrets, and it's going to be 2-2 right now. They are getting a lot of staggered onto the Bees team, though, and that, like I'm saying, I think that really is their win condition, and I'd like to see maybe, like you're saying, Ripstick move up a little bit more. Keeping the ball up is what they want to be doing.
Yeah, lose one barrier here, but that's honestly fine. The big finish, though, a bigger problem, but it eventually runs out, and they survive with a barrier in their hands for now. Ripstick pushing up again, winning the strike war against the strike shot. Overgrown Lemon trying to catch Judgmental off guard here. And once again, it is looking like every single offensive opportunity is so scary when it's in the hands of Wee's Little Furrets here. Overgrown Lemon, once again, just maintaining possession so well, but it's a sad boys angle at the end of the day, but they still get the barrier through it all.
Yep, Big Finish not doing them favors again. Honestly, it's just kind of resulting in a lot of their downfall for the most part. It looks like the Furrets are doing really well against it right now. A lot of damage, though, being put onto the Furrets. They were really close to being shattered completely and possibly knocked off the map, but maybe no abilities left here from the Bees, as they are doing a little bit of damage here to Angle Senpai. Overgrown gets nicely healed. Atlas is just the king in this situation, healing both teammates at the same time. Overgrown Lemon goes in with a dash punch, flip, pass. Not on the same page there for the pass, was looking to help stun the goalie, which is definitely just a different play in that spot. As the Big Finish goes off, the power play actually just commences here. Oppabug has a chance to land it here. We get a flip from Ripstick right on through the sentry, the secondary from now. It didn't block it. It was on the other side when it went off, and that's just going to be Furrets taking that point in what looked to be a dire situation.
It was pretty awkward, and the twin drive as a prize will be amazing. It's so funny, but also I'm so thankful they eventually scored there because they made 3 individually good plays, right? Lemon made an amazing flip pass to get around the defensive pressure. Angle Senpai went for the hit stun to try and set up Overgrown Lemon, and in the end it was the flip of Ripstick that got it done. And the sparks are coming through as well, the size is coming through. They're comfortably scaling here.
Yeah. From what looks like the first draft, they did get ended up getting a little bit shafted on the Awakenings, I would say, in kind of a little bit. I kind of like what Bees got there. But yeah, Spark shows up for Angle Senpai, adding a bunch of damage and cooldown, which is pretty huge. The Twin Drive also really great, too. So I think that the Awakenings have, balanced out just a little bit here as the ball is going to roll on over to Ripstick. They have both barriers down. Only one here if they can keep it up. Yeah, really great. Monumentalist secondary, and wow, it's gonna roll on past. Nice strike there from Overgrown Lemon on the bottom side. No one could get there in time. The Bees team does have a lot of projectiles to go around, but they are spending it to do a lot of damage and really have to get the ball through with no real brawler on the front side to just be like, yeah, this is who I'm giving the ball to.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Oppabug to the top side, but again, Ripstick is playing this so proactively. Another KO found on Hakuria, formerly known as Mr. Wolfrock, formerly known as Hakuria, and Overgrown Lemon, 2 barriers down here. Looking for a flick past the Angle Senpai to Flame Flurry to find the KO. Overgrown Lemon, this is crazy.
I mean, that was the perfect ult. I mean, held the ball, got the damage, got the kills, scored the goal. Perfect positioning there from Overgrown Lemon. A great pass also for Angle Senpai, holding the ball in the midfield. This team is really coming together now with the help of some of these Awakenings. A lot of damage just shown up for Bees. The Big Finish not going to make it work out here. Curia trying to put it in as much as they can. Grab any one of these barriers over to Oppabug. They can't seem to brawl this ball on through. A flip is going to be good to get the final barrier. Ripstick now has a chance to get the ball back to his team with this flip. Okay, almost in the hands of Overgrown Melon, but they're going to try to keep the ball onto this midfield. Does get their hands on it. Got the flip, but just through their dash punch, so really didn't have the range to make that one work. Still a barrier hanging out here for the Furrets. Center goes off. Ripstick's kind of alone here in this 2v1. Angle Senpai's a little far away, but they do maintain possession of the ball eventually after losing their barrier. And now Oppabug is threatened to use this flip from that flurry, and it's going to be exactly that situation. Ripstick keep this one alive as well. The glitch pop from Angle Senpai. We love that type of help around here if you're the midfielder and the goalie. The Big Finish again, flipping on the other side. Yes! Overgrown Lemon is going to be the one to strike it on through the Big Finish and secure this win in this Launchpad, man.
Yeah, now for advance to the qualification match on winner's side. And so valuable to advance to it on winner's side because that means you get 3 entire chances at liftoff. So many lives for Wee's Little Furrets now. And Wee's Big Bees will have to make the trek through a very, very scary loser side. Well played by Overgrown Lemon. Well played by Angle Senpai and Ripstick. Like, that was just an amazing offensive game.
Yeah, absolutely offensive game. It was lots of kills, lots of damage. The staggers were just where they needed to be. I mean, they really just played that like as well as they could. really giving the ball to Overgrown Lemon in the right spots, had the cooldowns to make it happen. Ripstick holding just long enough. A well-deserved win. A well-deserved win for the Furrets there. And I'd like to see them move on. Like you said, they get a lot more chances to keep themselves alive, and that's just how it goes, bro. We're all trying to make these tournaments, man. We're trying to make Nasl, NASA. We're trying to really get there, and it's really cool to see these teams make these kinds of upsets, and they show what they got. That's the thing. We love to see what they got, and that was it. That was it. That was beautiful.
Yeah, but up next we have a qualification match. It's the Runic Dreamers versus the Star Breakers here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll see you soon to see who makes it to liftoff. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Launchpad. We're heading into the qualification matches for Liftoff now and Envy. We have some familiar faces here in Rune versus Stab. I think you'll be very familiar with the Starbreakers.
Perhaps I will. I mean, maybe the people have already seen some of these teams play already, and hey, this is just how the brackets work. The winners play the other winners. Look at that. We got Runic Dreamers against Starbreakers right now in this winter semis, and they're just trying to get cleared for liftoff here. They're going to play everything that they got right now. We're going to start on to Clarion Test Chamber here. We got the team showing up. Twin Drive, Heavy Impact, no Asher, no Juno. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. Pyruni on Rune. I mean, is this guy not a Rune main? I think so. I think so, Saya.
Yeah, that's why they call him Pyruni, you know? Okay,
guys,
bad.
That's
bad.
why they call him Pyruni. Saya, thank you. Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction here. We got everyone with Heavy Impact except for Mexa Casual, who was on Atlas. Of course, that makes 100% sense. Vicious Vambrace might be something to take a look at here in this game. Pyruni, Rune player, taking Vambrace. Now, that seems a little strange for me. You know, I'm not really Meta Master right now, but that could be the one difference maker in this game, positive or negative. But we're going to have one barrier go down here for the side of Team Runic right here. They're going to lose a barrier over to Pyruni. Mexa Casual looking a little bit weak here, though, but probably not going to end up going down, as Atlas is going to have ult in probably just a couple of minutes here, though. Nice Anomaly to grab the first barrier. Dave trying as hard as they can to get the ball away from here. Actually hits level 2, spends that volley on in here, trying to get the strike shot. Now Yin Kirby against Dave, and Dave is actually going to end up winning out with that piercing shot. Mexa Casual doesn't get to use the secondary. Just Logan was a little bit too close, almost wins that situation, but the help of Yin Kirby, though, and the Whiplash is going to keep that one alive. Ends up spending the strike, though, and losing that war in just a quick situation. Dave could possibly move up, get this flip on in here. Yin Kirby looking a little bit weak, but we have Atlas ult to keep them alive as well, and another nice reinforcement here from Dave. They're going to keep it out of this barrier's reach here. Flip coming out from just Logan, sends the passive as well with that strike, and they're not going to end up landing this one just yet as this point continues. Possible flick situation, and yes, Logan gets it onto the bottom side. Nice work there. You know, Mexa Casual kind of close to that flip, but not enough action there. Close one, first point, Stab.
Yeah, the little brother of the flick, the core stop with the primary.
Yeah.
Just Logan delays it a little bit, and it's just enough time to mix up Mexa Casual on that strike shot, who pulls the trigger slightly too early. And Just Logan looking very comfortable on his Zentaro here, getting a lot of second hits, getting a lot of follow-ups onto the barriers, and now the net's already open. Atlas not going to have a good time.
Absolutely, spent the primary to keep that one alive here too. Jay approaching with that flip. Something I noticed the last time that I was watching Jay, which obviously was a couple sets earlier, was they really hold flip. They really extra hold flip, and I think there's a lot of situations where it's totally fine, but some that I feel like, you know, you could do the thing where it's like flip, get a pretty good situation with it, and then you build up energy for the next one instead of like possibly really outwaiting for like the best situation that you try to make happen. It's really kind of like a player thing, but whoa, Mexa Casual cannot get that primary there in time. He's not going to project fast enough. Logan shoots it right on through, but yeah, I was just thinking of that when I had and CJ has flip. We're going to see how long they possibly hold it, and maybe just spends a little bit too much time holding it.
It would be the ultimate caster moment if she scores the goal with it, but we will see what happens. Yeah, I do also notice that Jay is a flip holder, not a flip user, but right there cashes it out. A little bit of a waste, unfortunately, but you know, can't win them all.
You can't win them all, and that's just the situations that occur in Omega Strikers, bro. Flip will be back. Couple minutes, no problem. You just get your face in there and start hitting some stuff, as we have Logan already hitting a lot of stuff. Flip, oh, actually flips a little bit early, but either way, totally fine. Grabs both barriers here, and we get a flip from Pyrene just to keep themselves alive, get knocked against the wall, but this ain't going to be Taiko Temple. You actually do live getting knocked against these, although if you get knocked with high velocity, even with full health, you could die. Really strange maps sometimes, but yeah, full barriers gone here for the side of Rune, and they're going to get that one nice. Dean Kirby going to make it happen here. Pyrene disabling both of the opponents. Great strike shot from Dave to keep them alive. Dean Kirby has another situation to come in here, but the lifeline return is going to be Dave's great defense here, though. Oh, actually, the overtime strike there from Logan kind of messed up the slice and dice combo there, so that was kind of interesting as overtime going to go ahead and cross over as they're working on a flip here for Mexa Casual. Maybe it'll make a difference now.
And Kirby's been a little scary on the offense here, but the core drifts a little bit too fast. Just Logan gets the bounce he wants to see, and that will be the set win for Stab very, very quickly.
Yeah, that definitely was a little quick. Irony did get staggered there. I wasn't watching close enough to see if Vambrace was like the savior of the world right there, but I kind of try to focus on seeing if Vambrace does anything this game. It's kind of an interesting pick. Yeah, Zentaro first pick here, perfect form on the board. Man, you don't really get too much better reward than that, although you did have to pick between Super Surge and perfect form. Super Surge totally gone now for the Zentaro pool, but still looking really strong right here. Just Logan is kind of locked in, and with these two awakenings is going to be even more of a devil than a couple seconds ago. And interesting pick, Spark of Resilience here from Pyruni, who already has the Vicious Vambrace. I'm trying to connect the dots right now, but I seem to be lacking a pencil.
Yeah, it's a little scary now, but I do think that pickup of the Spark Resilience is going to be good. Once again, Zentaro getting perfect form. I think every Zentaro on stream has gotten perfect form this game, today.
Yeah, I mean, really, Zentaro stocks are up. Zentaro could be maybe a good character, as I'll stop there. But honestly, picked nicely, getting some good awakenings, can really scale off a lot of things. And we see Yin Kirby looking really low right there, and a confirm from the Oni Blade. Just Logan, again, just locked into the barriers, locked into the damage. Banish on the core, banish on Jay, but not too much more than that. Mexican Casual almost keeps that one alive, but Dave putting on just enough pressure for Logan to approach nicely and land that barrier as well. Flip coming out from Logan, and that's a big old open barrier there. Mexican Casual can't seem to get there with the strike shot, really close, but Logan is just on one right now. Level 5, easiest, highest level on the board right now. Dave close one halfway there, but I mean, Logan has just been MVP right now.
Yeah, well, Logan has had so much coverage, just reading the plays very, very well. But Yin Kirby, 2 barriers for the price of 1, but you don't want that second one there, as 1 barrier falls on each side. Similar to the previous Atlas that we saw, right? In that Furret game. Mexi is pushing up, but I think Mexi's pushing up a little bit too recklessly. While previously it was well-timed, well-executed, I think Mexi's losing a lot of barriers and goals to that. They do get a KO, and the power play will help out, but Yin Kirby is still low.
Yeah, looking low, but they have a lot less kill pressure here with one of, actually, really most of the damage off the board, but almost got kind of schmixed there by the now drone and the barrier, but going to, I guess, like the wall barrier, but, keep themselves alive here, though. Flip gets kind of stuffed there as well. Next to Casual, going to keep this one alive on the bottom side. Pyruni has a chance to make this one happen here with that anomaly, going to block the bottom side, but really tough double defense here. Banishes the core, not going to get too much off of it there. Now down to Mexican Casual into the Yin Kirby's hands. Oh, almost makes it happen with the Whiplash, and yeah, the nice anomaly to keep that one in again was just enough pressure where Dave could not keep that many strikes in the bag, and they're going to take that point here and see if they can bring this whole set back, even this one up, because they're going to need it.
They will. Trying to make the comeback here. Pyruni's been all over the map. These pillars have been amazing there, setting up a barrier, take almost 2 if Jay didn't have the reactions. And Yin Kirby with the strike resets is going in. Looking like an X out here, but on the Rasmus, and now in position for another goal. Good blink down by Dave, but the pressure coming out from Yin Kirby has been very, very impressive.
Yeah, super good positioning there. That with the Whiplash, such a good ability. Gets a kill that looked like a banish kill into Anomaly from Pyruni, which is going to be great to get kills on these side lanes. Really dangerous to stand in the Xeno Cloak thing there, but Dave can't get the angle on the volley, and it's going to go kind of right on in there. Pyruni get nice credit for helping it on through. Okay, I mean, this is what they're looking for here to bring this one back and try to make it so they can maybe deny some of these awakenings from this Zentaro, who really can only go up from here.
Yeah, it really can only go up from here. Yin Kirby with a flip available. 2 barriers already taken. Pyruni on the follow-ups, perhaps a good flip out, but just Logan. Mexi Casual, a bit of a panic strike, a bit of an own barrier, and a bit of an opportunity here for the Star Breakers, but Pyruni is continuing to put on the pressure. Yin Kirby pushing forward, and they got to watch out for these anomalies. Yin Kirby into 50-50. Dave manages to defend, and Yin Kirby's almost down.
Yeah, almost down, but not completely out. Nice. That was max range strike there from Mexicasual to keep that one alive, and the Atlas ult is also going to keep Yin Kirby alive as the pillar comes in, but no one to really help it on through there. Yin Kirby not in the perfect position for that one, but it does still hold a pressure there as the rune thing is now on over there. The Shadow can help with another offensive play situation. They're going to try to get it past Logan one more time. The Whiplash does help it get it past exactly. Pyruni going in, but can't make it in time. Dave does have a couple extra cooldowns to keep that one alive, though. Yin Kirby kind of looking low, see if they can snag a kill, but now they might end up spending a couple of abilities on Yin Kirby. Oh, Mexicasual almost at the perfect angle with that expanse to get that through, but not perfect just yet. Ball onto the bottom side, trying to get into the hands of Yin Kirby one more time, who is just absorbing abilities at this time, and a nice timed Atlas ult is going to keep them alive, unstagger them as well, and they are not out, certainly not out yet, as Whiplash is going to come in the Death Touch combo. I mean, that was perfect. Yin Kirby, you couldn't have played that one better. That is like basically the only way you score there, and well-deserved MVP for Runic Dreamers.
Yeah, well deserved here. Stagger Swagger gonna be the pickup, and that is so important. You mentioned Yin Kirby absorbing so many abilities and will be able to regen right back up, and that is really scary because taking out the Brawler is no longer a win condition. There was already an Atlas, and now with the Stagger Swagger, it is an unkillable Rasmus.
Yeah, Stagger Swagger is going to be really great. That puts pressure on the opposing team to just combo when he is now going to be shattered. Because if they don't, I mean, yeah, like you said, really easy healing, lots of extra speed. Could cause problems, really, when you're staggered. 15% more speed, I mean, that's kind of a lot. And we'll see if Pyruni can also scale with some of these sparks. Gets a second one there, which is pretty great. Logan looking a little bit low right here. Yin Kirby gets the Death Touch, grabs one barrier. It's all you could hope for in that situation. Pyruni can't get their hands on the ball there, though. Really strong offense from Logan and Jay in that moment. But we do have a good defense from Mexicasual to keep that one alive. Clearing up into the goo here, though. We actually saw a little bit on stream earlier. Actually, earlier this week, Vaughn was talking a little bit about this stage and how you kind of want to play it and which barriers you'd like to take. You really want to take the barrier that is farther from the goo first, because then the opponents have to stand in the goo longer if they want to build an offense there. So we'll see if that comes into play as much as maybe that'll show up. Nice banish combo there from Pyruni. Is going to take that one. Death Touch as well. Yin Kirby staggered fast. I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Was staggered, now is good, and was fast. So that's even more deadly situation when they're shattered.
Very, very dangerous here. Just Logan taking a lot of damage from the goo, but running forward so quickly, and it kind of looks like the Starbreakers still have a chance in this one, still have a lot of energy in this one as Just Logan leaps forward once again. Dave keeps the core forward, but Yin Kirby, so much speed, such a threat, forces out the flip, but Just Logan fast as well. Mexi barely catches that one, but a double banish now, a 1v3 for a moment as the core drifts to the bottom end, but it's saved barely by Dave and Just Logan as Jay barely regens back.
Great defense there by Dave for sure, keeping that one alive, and like exactly what you said, basically a 1v3 for that one. Mexico's going to approach with that flip and try to just win the situation for sure, but it's actually going to be an extra reinforcement there from Dave to keep it forward. Just Logan can't get their hands on the ball with this flip just yet. 50-50 here from Yin Kirby and Dave, and they win it out on the bottom side. Dave does have a little extra size, but open goal is open goal, and that is really tough to defend. So good decision there from Yin Kirby to sink that one.
Yeah, it really good play, good score there, and now it's really just the Starbreakers in a tough spot. They need to figure out how to just work around this Rasmus that is large, that is fast, that is not really killable, and they need to really just shift into a core control department, which they are doing right now, but hits on Just Logan prevents the flip from coming out, but still a flip to the top side, and they will find the goal. They can still core control.
They can. Logan has landed basically every flip goal in front of Mexicasual, basically around the expanse. That the only let it work every time. So Logan on point with dealing with the expanse right now, though. So we're going to push the ball onto the bottom side. Mexicasual spends a couple of abilities, could possibly lose 2 barriers, but Pyruni is there to defend. We love when our midfielders are helping us out here, though. Big banish on both of the teammates. It's just going to result in a whole lot of extra damage. Tries to go for the Death Touch kill, but it's actually going to be Jay winning out against Pyruni, getting the kill with the primary drone. Kind of possibly out of position here, though. Is going to keep it up. Actually, kind of a mix-up there. I really do like that. Almost results in a barrier gain. It actually results in a flip, but awkward clear there for Mexicasual was going to result in the final barrier falling. In Kirby looking a little bit weak, needs just a second to heal up here with this stagger swagger, and they do get that moment to keep themselves alive as Pyruni is going to be basically 2v1 on the top side. Can't seem to make it happen though. Another heal coming out from Jay is going to keep just Logan alive as Mexicasual going to try to help push it onto the top side. Has this flip, could maybe make it happen. Both barriers still up for Starbreakers though, and it's looking a little bit rough for Dreamers at this moment.
Yeah, it really, really is. And, wow, well, we'll see what happens. Yin Kirby is almost dead, despite the Stagger Swagger, Atlas revive, everything. Now finally healed back up, but with the barrier still standing for the side of the Star Breakers, they have a lot of room to play with. Jay on the top side sets up, but a really good flip from Mexicasual gets out of danger. Still a flip available for Jay, though, which means a lot of offensive pressure continues for the side of the Star Breakers.
Yeah, infinite offensive pressure. Great strike shot. That is a big read. You cannot react to that. So Mexicasual, really good read on that side. Okay, Pyruni a little bit out of position here, though. Loses the ball to Jay, who has a perfect straight-on pass to Logan, and he gets it on in there, though. Jay gets credit for that one. Of course, probably hitting it before that Logan even had a chance to, though. Mexicasual did end up taking Among Titans. Smaller strike range, though, but a little bit more speed could possibly result in situations where you do not really get to strike the ball, and we'll see if that comes up a little bit more often. The Expanse certainly does not get any smaller either way, as they have that one to keep themselves alive. Yin Kirby trying to get the ball away here from Dave. Does get a situation to grab it. Yeah, the bounce house is going to help them out getting that one here. Now they have a lot of access to this barrier, but a flip is going to be exactly what they need. A banish, almost exactly what they need, but less time spent banished when you are in the goalie arc, that is for sure. One barrier down for each player, or each team right now. Jay trying to approach with this flip. Maybe they'll use it. Didn't even need it, actually. With a great couple of strikes, good angles, is going to get it right on past Mexicasual's. Yin Kirby could use their flip instead on this offensive push, and they are going to lose control of the ball because of this map, which is just fun and exciting, but they do end up getting it, flipping right on front. They're going to strike it on in there nicely. Okay, ends up that triple defense, which was coming together right at the end, could not stop the Yin Kirby pressure.
Yeah, it is looking like Yin Kirby is the main character, has the build to do it, has the build to perform, but again, like, it is really up to the scoring capabilities of just Logan and Jay as well. If they can find the offensive pressure, if they can find the open net on the other end before Yin Kirby can go. If Pyruni's the target instead, that's also gonna be what works too here for the Star Breakers. They seem to crack this Atlas.
Yeah, that was a pretty high value kill. Pyruni is nearly immortal when it comes to dealing damage, but knocking them off the map, they're going to be just as vulnerable as anybody else. Mexicasual losing another barrier there. I mean, the size seems to have come into play multiple times, even for the first barrier in this point. I think that they are just not as fast or as big as they think. Almost the perfect angle, but maybe an angle did not exist at that exact moment for Jay due to the expanse from Mexicasual. Is going to result in actually a little bit of pressure on to their own team here, though. Stab is working on trying to get this barrier out here. The Maelstrom Orb is going to block a couple of abilities. Dave on up to Jay right now. Gets it on through to Pyruni, but Mexicasual going to have a rough time with this angle, and the Oni's blade blasts it right on off the wall and right into just the bottom side of that barrier, and it's going to be another set for Starbreakers right now. They're looking good. They're looking good. We got Estelle as our MVP. Actually, last place, and Taro is one of the better situations you could come up with if you are Runic Dreamers.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the better spots to be in, but I guess it's not that great either, right? There's not that many good Zentaro Awakenings in this draft as well, but in another way, it is very good taking the Monumentalist away from the Now and onto the Atlas, getting that additional coverage, and still getting a Siege Machine on the Rune. I think you'll take that if you're a Runic Dreamers. Overall, a pretty chill draft.
Yeah, I think that actually went pretty solid. We did actually see them outclass the opponents all in experience, as they had two players in a row there for that draft. So still one of the better situations to be in after losing that set. But nonetheless, we're going to start on this one. Yin Kirby already looking kind of low, but we do have Stagger Swagger to keep themselves alive if they can just find a situation to get some freedom, and they do not, as Dave is going to get that piercing shot and end up slaying Yin Kirby here. Pyruni going to hold the ball, stall as long as they can nicely there. Just trying to send the ball basically into nowhere. Nice clear here from Casual as well. Gonna ride the wall. No one's gonna be that close to the wall to hand that one. It's gonna be a good evade from Pyruni. Gonna avoid the huge pressure there from Logan. Okay, it's gonna end up being a flip from Casual from that clear, but no problem. The barrier stays alive, and that's really all that matters. Damage coming out from Pyruni, and wow, that actually had enough knockback to destroy Jay, and that has actually impressed me, as Casual is going to hold this one and actually going to end up losing the situation to just Logan, as the power play does end up ending. So, one barrier down right now, open goal for, Jesus, running barriers, and unfortunately Casual was in the middle of casting their primary, could not strike as the ball is going to slide on through.
Yeah, that is a little unfortunate. Caught being a little bit too offensive once again, but Yin Kirby on the offense immediately, taking a lot of damage. Casual, what was that? Oh no, Yin Kirby though, here to save the day, finds the barrier, and still a winning point, looking like a winning point for the Runic Dreamers, but they still have the goal to score.
They do have a lot of situations to keep themselves in the game. It is definitely, at this point, no secret that Casual is pushing up a little bit too far with a lack of resources and speed. I think, you know, your Atlas, you are doing a great job of defending. I think you should hold the barrier just a little bit longer. He's putting a lot of trust in his teammates though, and that's fair. But sometimes the ball is just kind of rolling past. You're a little bit small right here, so we'll see what happens. Maybe we adjust a little bit of strategies here. They're losing a lot of extra barriers when they don't need to, but again, kind of rolls on through as they're trying to place more offensive pressure on the opposing team. I get it, you know, you can't lose if you win, but you also can't win if you lose. And I hate to say it like that, but either way, we're going to have a nice pillar to keep the pressure forward. Pyruni looking a little bit weak as well, has a lot of extra help to work with if they can grab one of these orbs. But Jay has a flip onto the top side. Casual is going to try to defend this one, as Logan is going to secure that power play for sure. The ball is kind of bouncing all around here, though. They're going to try to stall as long as they can into the hands of Dave's. Missed a strike shot, helps stall another extra second. Hands of Casual now with that expanse. Can they keep themselves alive, as just Logan's going to go for a super combo, but doesn't seem to land it. Pyruni also going to help it through. The flip from Jay, it's not going to work out either. Man, this is a tough point.
It really is. The offense from Star Breakers, double banish now. So much damage onto Jay, who is on death's door. Amazing save by Dave. Somehow beats Yin Kirby, but Yin Kirby still has flip. Stuffed out by just Logan, and Jay finally goes down. Yin Kirby with an opportunity here, but Dave still making the saves. The pillar going to be a little difficult, but just Logan has the second strike with the primary, and finally another pillar will finish the job here. What a ridiculous point.
Oh my god. Okay, here we go. We're playing strikers now. They finally got a nice combo with that barrier to secure that point, which lasted a little bit long, but all good. Yeah, starting off this next point nicely with a barrier for the side of Runic Dreamers. Yin Kirby going to try to make it happen with that primary, but a couple extra strikes is going to help them keep that one alive. Big expanse on the bottom side. It's going to hold the ball for just a couple of moments. No one has a situation to really get the ball on through, but it's going to be a nice hit from the middle. I think Jay is the one that walked into it. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, it's going to result in basically two barriers from that single play, as Dave is going to keep the ball forward. Just Logan waiting for their opportunity to get this flip. Yeah, and they use it to get a kill. They do have Adrenaline Rush, which is like a lot of extra value, as well as their cooldowns are going to be up right now, and it's going to go right past that expanse. It is big, it's monumental, but it is not gargantuan, so it's going right on through. Just Logan, great angle to make it match point now.
Yeah, it is indeed a match point. Looking for the qualification, and that one barrier will put them on track to do it. Just Logan keeping the possession. Dave looking massive, putting on the damage. Pyruni a little bit low as well. And there's so much pressure being put on to Jay here, trying to find the KO, trying to find the power play to make the comeback, our Runic Dreamers. But these barriers, they're going to be so difficult to take. They take one, and Yin Kirby's KO'd.
Yeah, they do end up getting a combo through that Stagger Swagger. You know, it does not activate until you are literally in your regeneration mode. So it does kind of nothing until you get the chance to regen. But we're going to have a double banish here, which is kind of perfect. You really do want to banish the ball when you are in a 2v3 to try your best to stall as much as you can. Yin Kirby tries to get a combo there with the Death Touch, but it's a little bit too slow. Logan, now looking really weak, completely shattered, has the flip, is approaching as fast as physically possible, but doesn't get their hands on the ball. It's great defense, from the side of Runic Dreamers right now. Yin Kirby does avoid a couple of abilities. The Atlas ult is going to keep them alive as well. They're trying to deal some damage over here to Logan. A banish. It's going to be the pillar is going to be good. Jay cannot get there in time to eat that one up. And Jokes Logan is going to be knocked on off the map. Jay looking a little bit weak as well, but Yin Kirby's trying to solo play this one, but can't seem to make it happen. The pillar trying to keep this one in. Pyroni is really preoccupied with hitting the center orb, and it's going to cost them pretty much this whole power play, but we'll see if they can get something out of it here. Rune, I would say not one of the better characters with the orb in general, having pretty much no melee abilities at all, as the Death Touch is going to come out, steal it from Dave perfectly, now in the hands of Mexa Casual, and they might be able to land this point, although the flip does get stuffed. Mexa Casual doing a self-dribble here to get onto the bottom side, trying to get it past Jay, into the hands of Yin Kirby, but blocked by Dave nicely, and the point's going to continue here with a flip onto Mexa Casual.
Just Logan now in position, but another expanse comes out. Flip available for Jay, but Pyruni's in position to center, being the contested aspect of this game so far. Yin Kirby finds the repeat shot, and Dave tries to defend the top side. Well played, but these points are just so incredibly close here.
It feels like a real stressful situation when Runic Dreamers has the chance to get the point. They are trying as hard as they can to keep themselves alive, and it is currently working right now, although the Death Touch just gets stuffed there by Dave just a little bit, but wins that barrier, gets the primary combination, is also going to land that one, in addition to giving them a power play, which is going to be a kill from Pyruni. And Kirby can just get their hands on the ball one more time. Mexa Casual might want to flip to just get as much pressure as possible, and this set, they do, but the angle is not super good, not good enough to give it to Pyruni, although we do have Yin Kirby who does get their hands on the ball for just a moment. Actually going to get stuffed by the only blade there. Mexa Casual does get kind of bailed out in that situation as Pyruni's going to come back to help. Yin Kirby 2v1ing here, can't seem to win that situation. The ball's going a little bit fast onto the bouncy house. Just Logan really close to landing that one. A nice banish is going to relieve a lot of pressure for the side of Runic Dreamers. A strike shot back over to Yin Kirby. Pyruni has a situation to get that shadow teleport on in there. Yin Kirby does get the ball for one more time, gets the primary, good angle, doesn't get knocked off the bottom side of that wall, and there you go. Set 5. Big game here. I mean, again, qualifiers. These teams are trying as hard as they can. Atlas is their MVP. Interesting situation. Not really that terrible, though. Although maybe Pyroni wanted to grab actually no sparks here. But we'll see what Atlas can do. I guess it's going to be a deny, which feels a little bad, honestly.
Yeah, it does. But stacks on stacks. Board of Zentaro, I think, feels a little bit good here. Just Logan's had a pretty solid time surviving. All things considered, despite being the low health Centauro, and that additional speed is going to give so many more options in terms of mobility, so many more opportunities to make the play. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, a lot of good awakenings showing up here. Atlas, unfortunately, Mexican Casual gets, doing the best that they can. Whoa, that's an insane amount of knockback. Gets a crazy good banish combination with some of those anomalies, and Logan fly right off the map, but again, a little too offensive here. Mexican Casual loses it to simply just Jay's secondary. Has timeless to make it a little bit bigger, but not really so significant that I would say that is certainly what's going to happen. But Dave gets a nice strike shot to defend the barrier just for a moment, as it does end up going down either way in the hands of Yin Kirby. They can't seem to get it. Piercing shot past Mexican Casual once again. Tough deal with the Oni blade. Logan has a lot of situations. Oh my gosh, the speed from Jay gives Logan so much pressure there. Gets the kill, gets the adrenaline rush. The slice and dice is up again. Stabs everyone in the face all at the same time, including gets the point. Has flip. Ooh, Logan made it happen there. Jay, though, being kind of the enabler, giving the speed on over to Logan with that secondary is going to be a difficult combination to deal with if you are Runic Dreamers.
Yeah, and it all started when Mexi Casual is just letting the core slip by a little too much, right? Again, we saw a good offensive Atlas play in the previous game, but this game, it seems like Mexi just not minding the offensive potential, the snipes of the Estelle and the Now and the Zentaro here. And now with just Logan in the pocket, forcing out so many cooldowns, I think the Star Breakers are in position to make another play here, but so much damage. Jay's dead.
Boom, huge kill, banish, anomaly from Pyruni again, and now we're going to get another offensive push here from Mexa Casual, but it is a 2v3, so I'm going to say it's a little bit more safe, as they're going to try to get a play off the middle, but don't seem to happen just yet, as Dave holds the line. Actually had a lot of damage being dealt to Yin Kirby as well, but going to swagger themselves right up to cleanliness, as Dave is going to try to defend this barrier one more time. Piercing shot in, goes for the death touch combo, but doesn't seem to make it work. We're kind of just being kept at bay the whole time that we are trying to get this barrier. Yin Kirby is the one that's losing all of the health from just Logan, who is defending and dealing damage at the same time. We'll see if we can survive this power play here if you're running Dreamers, but it's going to be the Now primary. It's going to cause a couple of extra problems here, but the flip save from Mexican Casual is going to be good enough. But oh my god, Now's drone sits there and takes that one while Mexican Casual trying to clear the ball. Goes right on past. That is... I mean, that's the pinnacle of Now play. That's all you could ever hope for if you're Now, where the primary is sitting there and it just goes in and you're good. And now, again, we have match point for Stab. Can Runic Dreamers keep themselves alive?
Yeah, it has been a little bit overwhelming in the favor of Stab in this set. They have really locked in. Just Logan has utilized the speed so well. Jay, like you said earlier, has enabled Just Logan so well. And Logan's going for the flick. Logan going for the passive, going for the dash, finding everything and finding the flip. Star Breakers, what a well-deserved liftoff qualification.
Oh man, they're in. Lift off, Just Logan. Wow, really getting on in there, man. It just had enough cooldowns, a lot of speed. I mean, right when the stacks comes up, they are flying. Right when the secondary from Now comes up, it becomes overwhelming if you're the goalie, no matter what cooldowns you have. There's going to be great team play coming out from Stab. I mean, Dave also really doing a good job of keeping the ball forward and defending. Just Estelle is so good at keeping the ball forward, and she's not super good at defending, but I'm going to give it to Dave there. Defended a lot of situations where I thought that Estelle might be the one going down against something like Pyrunic and Yin Kirby on the offense. It's going to be such a good team play from Stab there. I mean, look at all the KOs. Look at all the KOs from this game, right? Pyrunic, 6 KOs on Rune. I mean, they did end up getting 2 Spark of Strength, and the Siege Machine, so that's actually a pretty solid amount of damage for Rune, and they made it work as best as they could to finish off some kills, but it's not going to be enough for this game. Yeah, I think the real big takeaway there, Max Casual pushing up just a little bit too far. Maybe when Strike Shot is down, it's just the situation where you want to maybe stay back or something, because you need to defend these barriers. And man, there's nothing more valuable than your final barrier on these maps. But really good gameplay coming out from both of these teams. A well-deserved victory there, and we'll see how many chances are left in this to make it, you know?
Yeah, and I think a lot of it was also a bit of the composition too, right? Because Rune is not a speed midfielder, so it's a little bit harder to really back up your goalie in those situations. You have to burn a cooldown most of the time. So I think that kind of offensive playstyle might have worked in a different composition, but this was not the game, and the Star Breakers, they took advantage of it so well. But we got another qualification series coming right up. It's 777 Jackpot versus Wee's Little Furrets. Don't go anywhere. This is a crazy qualification match coming up next. We'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back. We got 777 Jackpot versus Seed 19 Wee's Little Furrets. Crazy how these two teams were not projected to be here, but they're here, you know? Shout out to both these teams.
Yeah, bro, that is called willpower, determination, hard work, sweat, some possible tears, probably a lot of tears, but no problem. They're here and they're ready to play on the winner's side of this semifinals, bro. They're trying to get here cleared for liftoff. As you guys know, if for some reason you're tuning in and don't know nothing about nothing, winner here, cleared for liftoff. Loser, gonna have to play some more sets. Could be cleared a little bit later, but we shall see as we do get into Wee's tiny little baby furrets against sevens, bro. Sevens everywhere. We got extra special Spark of Strength starting off onto Atlas Lab. Color Craze on the Vice here, though. I know them actually playing a lot of Vice pretty recently as well. Kind of just a good pick in general, deal a lot of extra damage, especially with extra special too, is going to go with it. And we see Atlas again for Ripstick. They played it a little bit earlier here, played a really good game with a lot of offensive Atlas plays, and they're getting kind of overpressured here right now. Color Craze and Alpha Me not letting up. And Rusty Coin also going to be on the backside, helping it on through with this Kai, which I actually haven't seen yet in a game. But nice kill from Color Craze. It looks like it's going to be a supernova power play for the side of the sevens as they get it on in there. Great pass right onto the bottom side, right on through, and that is the teamwork we'll be looking for the winner. Honestly, the winner is going to be looking to do team plays like that.
Yeah, and Ripstick was the player I was drawing parallels to previously, and we will see how Ripstick can do on the offensive end of things, because Alpha Me is on the Juliet this time. And that is very different from the previous game where Ripstick was defending against a brawler now. So this is the real test.
True. We do have a little bit more of a traditional team showing up as Overgrown Melon going to try to get a kill with that primer. It doesn't seem to work out. They are going to go back out of the play to heal themselves up. Do we have a barrier gone down? Actually, we do. We got Rusty Coin, which is Wisp here, going to end up losing both of these barriers. Flip from the coin, gets it on up on the top, past Overgrown Lemon, fast enough to grab that ball. A flip from Color Craze to try to avoid getting Astral Projectified right there, but Overgrown Lemon self-dribble off this side with the pendulum swing and a strike onto the bottom side is going to be perfect to get that one in there. Really great work from Overgrown Melon, recognizing that is going to lead into a really good shot.
Yeah, and I got to point out, right, Rusty Coin Wisp, not really known for the non-melee goalies, right? It was basically an Atlas one-trick. So it is interesting that they're on the Kai here. I've been performing quite decently, though. Knows the barrages on the walls very, very well. And look at that. 2 barriers for the price of 1 for Alpha Me, but just like the previous game, I'm not sure if you wanted that one. The respawn's going to come in pretty soon. Color Craze trying to score Ripstick, perhaps. But Alpha Me's low here, and that could be a big opportunity for the Little Furrets.
Certainly could be stealing the orbs away from Alpha Me as well. Everyone is. Alpha Me going to sit in the middle of the stage, try to heal up, but we have a Death's Touch, a real quick one there from Overgrown Lemon, and a great evade is also going to keep themselves alive against the Supernova. And now the power play is going to actually be real, but it's going to be fake as we actually have Rusty Coin taking it out, but Angle Senpai with some good angling of this core is going to grab that barrier either way in this now it's a power play. It was a 2v2 before, but now it's a power play for the side of sevens. Over now as Overgrown Lemon is going to show up one more time with full cooldowns here. Possibly has this Death Touch as well there. It is going to try to give themselves the ball and right on through. Color Craze, Alpha Me, and Rusty Coin just can't get there in time. Possibly out of cooldowns. And I mean, like I said, you respawn, you got your cooldowns. You gotta remember that these guys have their cooldowns when they're back.
You said have the cooldowns, and I looked at Overgrown Lemon, and I was like, that guy has hook. And then I looked at the core, and I was like, there's no way this guy's hooking it. But the Red Sea parted, the hook was threaded, and no one was there to intercept it. A brilliant point, but Lemon's dead. But honestly, it's fine. You have the lead. You have a point to spare. And if you survive, well, that's extra credit.
True it is. Color Craze approaching here with this flip. Primary to keep it in as well. Okay, Overgrown Lemon's going to end up missing that strike, which is going to keep the ball in onto Ripstick as well. Okay, Coin fast enough to at least grab the ball with a flip of their own. A lot of damage going out onto Atlas Labs. Explosion there, though. Color Craze, gets staggered and comboed from Overgrown Lemon, which is going to be a great power play for the tiny little baby Furrets, as we're going to hand it on off to now, who's going to hit it on over to Lemon here. A push onto the top side. Okay, ball kind of going into nowhere, but actually gets hooked. It was a little scary for Coin there, but does keep themselves alive with some good timing on that strike. Ripstick is gonna keep themselves alive too. Color Craze, maybe not the perfect angle on that primary. Again, Expanse and keep themselves alive as well. Okay, Alphamy does get their hands on the ball with that flip, but it's gonna be too fast. Coins end up gonna miss it on out with that barrier. A really quick whiplash and a follow-up combination from Angle Senpai's strike primary is gonna be just too overwhelming for Coin, and here we go. The tiny little ferrets, the tiny little baby, little minuscule ferrets, they're getting a little big right now.
Getting a little big, might be going for some size. Chrono Boost, perhaps, but I don't know. There's a lot of options. Big Fish, Dagger Swagger, both amazing picks here. But Spark of Resilience will indeed be the choice. It's a sparking game. I almost forgot. And that means Erasmus's 2 sparks, nearly unkillable with a double Spark Resilience. And just a leg up in the scaling game for the little ferrets here. I'm really liking the spot they're in right now, but I'm also liking the draft strategy of denying that Stagger Swagger away. Stagger Swagger nowadays, honestly, a higher priority in a lot of games over Monumentos for the now anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? That thing got kind of nerfed pretty hard, right? You got 5% speed as the base, which is like not super impressive, but still 15% keeping yourselves alive. I mean, it's totally fair as a lot of the damage is being a little bit more put on by either of these teams. Okay, Lemon almost gets like the literal perfect angle to get a double barrier, but one is going to suffice right now as we have a nice double push from the side of 7. See if they can keep it in. Okay, Rusty Coin's job to now bring it on back. Alphamy takes just too much damage there and is going to go down. The combination of Angle Senpai and Overgrown Lemon is going to be really great pass play to get it on through. All right, Risikoin wins a strike war there to keep themselves alive, spends the secondary to just have a better shot at blocking this one. Alphamy finally back, spends the primary, tries to get the barrier, and ends up losing control of the ball. Coin cannot get there in time. We're out of moves. We are simply out of moves, and Lemon takes perfect advantage of that one, sending it on in. And like you mentioned before, yeah, we got 2 sparks onto this Rasmus and can, again, only go up from here. I'd say that, in general, these 2 sparks are like some of the weaker ones in some situations, and if he gets any of the other ones, it's going to be big.
Yeah, and all I can think about that point is that old habits die hard. Rusty Coin is doing a lot of horizontal, a lot of forward barrages, which are not usually the greatest choice on the Kai character. Did it there at the end, didn't have that cooldown to actually defend against Overgrown Lemon. If you see some more forward barrages in people's faces, that is not good, and Lemon's going to be feasting when that happens.
And we'll have to keep our eye out for that as well. And we do see a forward barrage. One of you just said it. Forward barrage right there. Doesn't seem to block all that much in the hands of Alphamy. Now, nice dash punch there is going to hold the ball even through Angle Senpai's secondary. Holding the ball one more time here with this flurry, trying to have a really good shot on this barrier. Triple defense from the red team is going to keep themselves in this one. The Giga Blast just going to keep a little bit more pressure for the team of the 7s. Okay, Overgrown Lemon doesn't get the perfect redirect on the red ball. Could have possibly ended up in one of these points, as Alphamy is going to be completely staggered right now. It's going to be a tough situation to try to avoid all this damage, as Coin is going to try to hold this ball just about 2v3 here, as Alphamy is more or less out of the play, although they're getting on in here as they're unstaggered now to try to make it work. Ripstick ends up missing that flip, though. Color Craze teleports away from the ball in that spot. Now it's Overgrown Lemon against Rusty Coin complete. And yeah, the Whiplash redirect into that primary is going to be good enough. Tough situation, although I will say if we had a primary, it might have been able to keep the ball alive, but that was a lot of pressure from Lemon, so good work from him.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, once you get into these qualification matches, the pressure really just goes to another level. Overgrown Lemon is stepping up to the pressure, but there is a spot where Rusty Coin needs to save barrage, needs to respect Lemon, just getting to another level, and just needs to use that in those situations to vertically cover here. But Lemon doesn't even need the cooldown, just striking around everyone. It is domination here from Lemon on the offense.
Yeah, the pressure might be getting to the team of 7s right now. Oh, they don't even land that kill from the dash punch, just a millimeter off of landing that one. As the ball is going to roll over to here to Color Craze, who's going to actually end up winning a strike war due to the Thunder Strike there. Okay, in the hands of Rusty Coin, trying to get this barrier once again. Color Craze is actually just out of the play, so out of the play that they're gone 13 seconds more. As we have a barrage coming out once again, and no strike, no speed, no nothing except for a point for the enemy team. Overgrown Lemon just where they need to be at basically every time, and now we have them MVP. I mean, if they thought Overgrown Lemon was tough a minute ago, just wait until this Spark of Focus just spawns onto this board. It's going to be rough for 7s.
Yeah, Lemon is dominating here, has all of the stats in the world on the doorstep, one step away from qualification to liftoff of all things. Guarantee yourself in a league and maybe make it to the upper two. Maybe make it all the way here. Of course, heavy impact is going to be good on the Vice, but missile prop is amazing on Ripstick, who's already been playing so excellently here. It's really a contrast between the two goalies. Ripstick is locking it down when it's necessary and also providing offensive pressure on a goalie that's less offensive.
Yeah, I also really like the pick from Alphamy there. Reverb giving you a lot of extra cooldown and the very much needed health, as we do see that Furetz is really doing a lot of damage to the side of Sevens, really resulting in a lot of kills, but we're going to get 2 barriers right here. Color Craze keeping the pressure up. Go ahead.
I was just saying, that was a crazy cast of curse. I was like, Ripstick is really just outclassing it. The 2 barriers fall, a bunch of missed strikes. But now is where Ripstick's really tested, right? The open net. If you get scored on, then the cast of curse was too strong.
We shall see in just a moment, as they have potential to get this ball here. They're actually going to get Thunderstruck out of their own flip. They're going to lose a barrier over the side of Sevens, but now the possession is in the hands of the Ferrets. Overgrown Lemon has a nice self-dribble there, goes for the primary, but not enough here. Too acute to get it right on through that corner. Alphamy tries to get over there, but Juliet is certainly not the chase the ball type of character. Onto the bottom side, Ripstick cannot make it. The Expanse is still just disappearing, as it could have possibly been held there, but you know, that is it. That's the pressure that the team of Sevens is expressing right now. And that's what they need to keep themselves up. They got to run the opponents out of cooldowns, get this Atlas to start spending some of these expanses when maybe they don't actually need to.
Yeah, we'll see, but Overgrown Lemon is back at it again. Good strike by Rusty Coin to get it out of the corner there. Overgrown Lemon now with another dribble, and every chance is being maximized here. Of course, not quite there, kind of past the color craze, but really just extending the possession time of Furret here is Overgrown Lemon, and that's so good. It forces the goalie to worry about what's going to happen, extends the play, and just amazingly played. Too many good things to say about the brawler here.
Yeah, I think Lemon is really just playing at like a really good, definitely reaching this 10 out of 10 right here. And boom, look at that combination kill as well. They're just using their cooldown so perfectly. Alphamy is looking so weak right there. Almost had it. Really close. Ripstick also reinforcing that ball, but a nice weight there from Rusty Coin is going to keep that barrier alive too. Wins a strike board here. Color Craze finally cleared from Coin in the hands of Sevens. Alphamy can try to get their hands on the ball. Okay, it's going to be a death touch there from Lemon. Perfectly placed as well to steal that barrier. Nothing left for Rusty Coin. Color Craze had a charged up Supernova there, but was not ready to let that one go. You know, it's hard to react to that. Maybe they didn't want to let it go because the ball was more likely going to be on the side of the Sevens.
Yeah, good KO there, but again, like, the barrage discipline just isn't there from Rusty Coin to save a lot of these hard situations. And there again, just letting these barriers go a little bit too easily. Angle Senpai helping defend here. Alphamy in the corner finds the barrier, and now with the flip, a huge opportunity. Trying to find the goal. The KO found the follow-up. Punches perfect here, and maybe the jackpot can turn it around here, but it is not going to be easy.
It certainly is not going to be easy here. Overgrown Lemon is just an overflowing fountain of sparks, and they're going to have to end up denying the last one as well, which kind of forgoes some of the good awakenings that might exist for the side of Sevens. But a great passing play from Furetz is also going to snag that barrier. Another 1v1 here from Coin and Lemon, and Coin ends up winning out by playing around the Death's Touch nicely. Alphamy trying to push it onto the bottom side. Here comes the Whiplash, though. Okay, they do end up getting past Overgrown Lemon. Color Craze, nice positioning there to make sure that they cover that clear, but a lot of so many knockbacks coming out to end up slaying Color Craze. But a good stall here from the side of Sevens is maybe going to be enough to keep this one alive. Alphamy getting in the way to try to block some of these passes. Here comes the reinforcement from the strike, or the astral projection, but man, Coin on it there, actually on it to keep themselves alive. This barrier is all they have left. Ripstick maybe looking to flip on the bottom side. Angle Senpai helping with the second defense, ends up spending that flip, getting nothing really out of it at all. Barrage just a slow Overgrown Melon down, now does not have it for this defense in the hands of Color Craze. And Alphamy, though, one more time tries to angle themselves perfectly. But this Ripstick Angle Senpai defense is just a little too much as the Death Touch comes out and almost makes a huge goal. Coin spends the strike, can't get there in time. And the red ball from Overgrown Lemon is going to put them into match point now. The pressure is on for Sevens.
Yeah, Overgrown Lemon played that very, very well, but again, a lot of these don't feel like Lemon outplaying. It feels like Rusty Coin is just not familiar enough with these situations against the competent Rasmus, and that's letting Lemon just walk all over here. And Color Craze getting a lot of damage in Alpha Me. They need to score now. They take the goalie out, and the comeback is here with the flip. Okay, Jackpot, they stay alive here.
They did the thing they needed to do, which is blast the enemy team into their own goal, killing them viciously. And here we go. The draft starts up. The spark does not show. No deny needed, which is probably better case scenario if you are sevens. You can just at least try to get something a little bit more beneficial here. We're going to have the adrenaline rush. Now we are never been more enticed to go for kills and spend those abilities just trying to get some KOs. Nice size here for Juliet as well, denying from this Rasmus. What else can they deny to keep this Rasmus from getting like out of control? I mean, these were probably the best things that they could steal from him. I mean, Deadeye is interesting, possibly will result in more kills, but, you know, I would say that that is fine denies here from Seven, so I think an okay draft for them.
Yeah, my eyes are on that Deadeye. I'm not going to lie. That pendulum swing can just KO someone, right? It's 3 spark power with Deadeye. Overgrown Lemon with a pendulum swing on someone near the edge is an instant KO here, but the question is more on the defensive end. Can Ripstick and Angle Senpai hold long enough for Lemon to get something done? The answer might be no, because Alpha Me and Color Craze are really turning up the damage.
Yeah, they do. Right, Coin actually walked towards the edge and got pendulum swung there, and did end up surviving through some sort of wild miracle. Rusty Coin does spend the kick, it doesn't seem to make it, but Alpha Me punches the crap out of Angle Senpai there, and now they have a nice open goal here. They spend the flip to try to make it happen. Outlast Ripstick's flip. Another one coming out from Color Craze, and, well, Nasl judges and Nasl players can be the one to say, was it worth it to spend all the flips to get the point? I'm not sure. Maybe. Who knows? But they got it, so good work. They're going to try to maintain another set because they just need another one just to survive.
They do. A lot of damage on Color Craze, and Alpha Me regen back up, but this time the defense is faltering on the side of the Furrets here. Both barriers down already. Angle Senpai in a lot of trouble, and a shot by Color Craze, brilliant to the top side. The Jackpot has solved the puzzle. They just need more damage.
They are definitely putting things together that I didn't think that they owned at this point. They are making a picture, and I don't know what it is a picture of, but it could be points. It could be points in this game, and that is exactly what they are trying to go with. Great Giga from Coin is going to result in both of those barriers going down. This is the set that they need to make a big difference. A kill. Not, oh, I thought I saw someone die. I thought I heard the sound, but no problem. Alpha Me is going to win a strike core against Angle Senpai and Ripstick with the help of Color Craze. He's going to secure that one. That might have been a 5-minute set for sevens, and here comes Vice coming in with their choice of Awakening. Probably maybe the best player on their team to get the first pick as well, and is certainly going to be somebody taking that Spark of Agility.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. That Spark of Agility is going to be gone, but I think a lot of good choices available for the Rasmus at the end of the day here, unless it's a really extreme deny happening. Probably not, though, as Among Titans picked up. That's going to be big. Recovery Drone denied. Good choice by Rusty Coin, I think, but Rapid Fire still going to be good for those pendulum swings, those super powered pendulum swings, and that Among Titans is going to power up Overgrown Lemon just a little bit here. I like how Rusty Coin's playing offense, and that additional size is going to give a lot more leeway in the strike interaction, so I have a lot of faith in Jackpot for this one.
We shall see. This would be a really great reverse 3-0 comeback. I did think that Sevens probably did the best that they could as far as denying Rasmus as much as they could. Another nice dribble here from Lemon. It's just going to just make things so awkward for Rusty Coin, possibly getting some of the cooldown or just put the pressure up. Here comes an offensive push with that secondary. Okay, we're going to eject right on back when things don't work out, and that's just kind of the benefit you get from eject button. A kill from Alpha Me. Lots of damage coming out, and they're going to make a power play here, stolen from the team from this death touch, but maybe they stall long enough. Ripstick has a couple cooldowns, has the flip, doesn't even need it though, strikes it on over. Now we have a supernova, but a flip is going to nullify any of that pressure here, though the Atlas Orb goes off. Okay, we have a flip here from Alpha Me to just try to get it on in there. Color Craze was just about in position to make it work, but now Alpha Me is looking a little bit weak here. Whoa, that was a lot of damage from that death touch onto Color Craze, who they might try to target for the kill here. They're taking damage literally every second. Gets the flip right in front, and that's the best you could do if you are Color Craze here. Nice barrage as well, and there they go off the map. And now it is the turn. See if Color Craze and see if Alpha Me and Coin can hold 13 seconds more.
Rusty Coin playing confidently here, but the Giga Blast not going to connect this time. Has enough speed, though, importantly, to get all the way around, but the core speed's also picking up. Overgrown Lemon to the top side. The coverage is there, but the barrier take is not. Alpha Me now in position. Finds a dash punch and slots it into the bottom corner. Plays keep away. Not letting it get into Ripstick's range, and Jackpot, they have their lead.
That was actually an interesting one from Alpha Me. Did not go through the Atlas, but went around it with the assistance of that punch. I actually like that idea. Sometimes going through Atlas is sort of not possible with the Expanse, but a Death's Touch results in instant 2 barriers. Deadeye making the ball just even that much faster. The big primary as well from Overgrown Lemon. Man, the kill didn't happen quick enough, but Overgrown Lemon works really fast with what they have here. Rapid Fire, Spark of Focus, tons of cooldown. They're going to have so many pendulum swings. The Whiplash is going to be up, and they're going to have to work even faster sevens if they want to keep this one up. I mean, look at this. Another double barrier from Lemon, man.
Lemon's a magician, but I have to think that if you're playing Kai, you need to cover some of these. Like, you can't be letting this happen. This is the one thing that Kai can defend against.
Okay, so Hook, Hook is normally like a 22-second cooldown or something. I actually don't remember, but at this point, it could be like a 12-second cooldown with all of this cooldown here. Spark of Focus making a huge difference, but no problem here, though. We got another 0.2 barriers left to our name. Sevens is going to keep themselves alive as much as they can. All they have to do is play around Overgrown Lemon with this Death's Touch incoming. Okay, it actually does get reflected on the barrier. Only one down. Possibly better situation here if you were sevens to try to make this one happen. Alpha Me has this flip to try to get on in there. The orb is going to help them on through and doesn't even need the flip. The Atlas explosion really just gave them that point. And here we go. It's 0.5. It's last stock, last hit, as we say in Smash. Who wants it more? That's sometimes we say that.
Yeah, but who has more energy? The answer is Jackpot. 2 barriers already taken. It's been spaghetti in the end, but the final point is clean. Jackpot, they get it done in an incredibly close game. And they get out of this scary matchup against the Seed 19. Seed 19 alive and make it to liftoff.
Wow, I kind of counted them out. After the tiny little Furrets really did end up taking those first 2 sets, they looked kind of unstoppable. Lemon, not Melon. Lemon was just, wow, working fast, accurate, and we saw that Rusty Coin was not really making as much use of those barrages as possible. But honestly, even to the bitter end, I think that Rusty Coin did not utilize the barrage perfectly, but made up for it in a lot more offensive pressure and a lot of good uses of the secondary and the eject button that it kind of made up for those situations where barrage just did not find the mark. Some good Gigas ended up getting them a lot of extra barriers too. So, wow, crazy reverse 3-0 set there. 4 sevens, they're in, boys, and it's gonna be Furrets playing some more games, and maybe we'll see them a little bit later.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to Jackpot for getting it done. Like you said, the offense, when it came together, was brilliant. Overgrown Lemon might have been the scariest player in the lobby, but this Omega Strikers is a game with 3 players on each side. But with that, we're going to head to a bit of a break here before we head on to our loser side qualifier. Still a lot of chances to make it to the Launchpad, and we'll see what happens there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
welcome back to Launchpad 2 for NASL Season 6. We are about to be watching our match against NASL or Bust versus Wee's Little Furrets.
Yeah. Yeah, we are, Mr. Waterfree. We are. Wee's Little Furrets have been on an exceptional run today. I believe they're the 19 seed, and they're all the way here on qualification set for them. They just fell out of Winter Side, but the nice thing about where they were in Winter Side is they have 3 tries to make it to lift off next week. And then they're playing against the 1 seed. I bet nobody expected Nasl or Bust to be here, but here they are, Borg, Mystic, and Merchant. Super interesting team. They've been playing for KOs all day, but not a KO heavy start with Castellas and Among Titans. And they let Atlas now through, so they are really not looking to put on the KO pressure this game.
And just looking at this here, Josh, what do you think is going to be the problem character in this game?
I think if it's not Atlas, then it's gonna have to be Juno. I'm gonna look at that goalie midfield matchup really closely. I think Juno could do fine into now. It kind of depends on how well Now is playing. But you know, that being said, Juno off to a great start, able to get both barriers. This blistering offense from Nasl or Bust comes out, get a quick 8-second point, and yeah, it really comes down to how well this Atlas can hold. And so obviously that point, not the best, but in the future I expect better, and this game will be a little bit quicker, or a little longer than that will.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, great kill from Overgrown Lemon with that pendulum swing. Now have the man advantage on Wee's Little Fur. It's looking to make a play here, but that hook not exactly what they wanted. Merchant able to get it out with that supernova. And now Borg is now back on the field, and it is back to an even state of play. But Overgrown Lemon is still keeping up that offense just as he was before. Anglo Senpai there to back up the support and get that second barrier. And now, what a great shot at the bottom of the net for Overgrown Lemon.
Yeah, for people that have been tuning in all day, they know that, you know, maybe the main reason that Wee's Little Furrets have made it this far is off the back of some really impressive performances by Overgrown Lemon 5. I think they've been having an exceptional day today. They proved it at that point as well, other than that one little slip up with the hook. Just exceptional play all around to, you know, get their own really strong offense going on the Rasmus, on the Juliet earlier. Really impressed with them, and, you know, gonna have to see how much they can replicate that as their own barriers fall, and taken down by the Juno.
The Juno Slimes remained there for a really long time, and Ripstick may have thought that they were going to go away after sitting there for so long, but they didn't. Mystic's able to finish off that point for the side of NASL or Bust.
Yeah, and another, you know, powerful kickoff for Nasl or Bust at this point. That's kind of, you know, what we're going to be seeing all game from them over and over, is some sort of like Kazan dash on kickoff or Juno Slime that advances the ball forward, and then Merchant using his secondary to keep that pressure up like he's been doing all game. There he is, this 3-man offense, really difficult to deal with. Borg, though, whiffing the flip in the corner, and things looking safe for the side of Earth's Little Bees. But as I say that, Borg stuffs out the flip, and Overgrown Lemon going to have to make some hero plays on the other side to keep things alive. Things looking scary in the open net for Wee's Little Furrets as Borg and Mystic try to score the goal.
Yeah, it's looking a little rough here for the side of Wee's Little Furrets, but Borg is potentially killable here, which could be a big moment for them. But instead, off of the middle, we see Overgrown Lemon go down, and Mystic walks in with the flip and gets a nice shot off the top.
Yeah,
Give him that
great
first set.
patience by Mystic. That's a set win. Head into this pivotal draft. We're looking for size or 1-2 punch for this Kazan or Prime Time.
We do see Prime Time and Built Different.
Yeah, up to him on what he decides here. I think Build Difference not a terrible pick.
I think Build Difference a little better against the Rasmus.
Yeah, and then Prime Time, you have to take it away from that Juno. Juno happy to take the Deadeye or the Spark of Focus, I think, or even the Glass Cannon. Yep, there goes the Deadeye.
Vice being left with Glass Cannon, really?
Yeah. Leaves.
But Alice with Spark of Focus, and they have now the side of Weasel Furts have double Spark advantage.
Yeah, I mean, if either the Now or the Atlas get a nice Spark draft in the future, they'll be well set up for that. But I don't hate the Glass Cannon pick. It's a deny for the Atlas. I think that was the higher value pick on Spark of Focus for this set in particular. And, you know, they're maybe looking to try and win this game as quickly as possible, take a 3-0, and if you want to do that, you want to deny as much immediate power and draft as you can. And this 3-man offense, so overwhelming in the corner. Merchant almost picks up double KO, but loses barrier in the process. And as long as they can hold it down on the other end, things are looking good for the side of Wee's Little Furrets. Angle Senpai.
At the same time, looking at Overgrown Lemon, they keep taking a lot of damage just there, and now they get the second barrier against Ripstick. It's looking a little rough side of Wee's Little Ferrets here, not really able to get anything going on this defense or the offense. And now Borg walking up with the hook, not able to. Nice strike shot cut off the pass from Mystic to Borg there, keeping that defense alive. However, now that the Not's on the other side of the field, Merchant has that flip to be able to stuff the offense from the side of Wee's Little Ferrets, but it finally gets back over. Merchant not even using the flip, and Borg walks up to the net, uses this flip, and scores first point in the second set for an Nasl or bust.
Yeah, great flip from Borg. Really nice patience. Ripstick, no resources left on the goal line. Really, really difficult for them to keep it alive. But that being said, it's a new point, and I think there's still an energy advantage for Nasl or bust, despite the fact that Borg had to use the flip to score there. I mean, Mystic's got a lot of energy. Merchant's got a lot of energy. They, kind of have a little bit of an advantage at this point, and Borg finds both barriers. Really well played. We'll see how they can transition this to an offense in the open net.
Now Ripstick has this flip though, able to use that to defend, but he didn't even have to use it here because Borg is not in position to capitalize off of that. Back on the side of Wee's Little Ferret, they're on defense once again. Borg is really doing a great job along with Mystic to keep up this offense. It's really making Ripstick's job pretty hard, and I think it's going to be a very difficult match for them. They're constantly going to be under pressure, especially with that Juno.
Yeah, the Juno Kazan is what got them the win in their most recent losers match against the Handless Dogs. It seems like it's a comfort comp for them today. And, I understand why. It's a super duper annoying composition to deal with. The ball, there's so much core speed. There's so many different angles of attack that they have, and it just makes it really difficult to play defense. Angle Senpai almost finds it through the top corner. Great shot from them there. And see if they can get the ball to Overgrown Lemon, who wants to put it past Merchant. Can they get it done? Not quite. Angle Senpai sending it through the top corner. Merchant, great defense. Ripstick, likewise, on the other end, able to play up in the midfield. Angle Senpai's flip coming up soon. That is going to be what we're looking at as they lose the flip, but Ripstick, good expanse to keep it in, and Overgrown Lemon 5, great pendulum swing, send it in the top corner.
What an amazing pendulum seam, capitalizing off of that really high core speed at the end of that point to get that for Overgrown Lemon. Weiss just kind of struggles a little bit towards the end of the points when you get into overtime, when she can't really keep up with core as much, so Rasmus can take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's going to be something that plays for both Atlas and Juno this game, is that overtime core speed. And I do agree. I think overtime slightly favors the side of Wee's Little Ferrets because this Atlas core speed can be so devastating. But as I say, that Borg gets another good flip on the goal line. Expanse saves it, but both barriers still down and health bars low for the sides of Wee Little Ferrets.
Yeah, Overgrown Lemon looking staggered here, but we have that Atlas res coming out trying to save him, but not able to get unstaggered just yet. Borg looking for the kill here, not able to find it just yet, and Overgrown Lemon is now unstaggered. Now he's looking for the play, trying to get that second barrier, but not quite able to do it just yet. Merchant and Mystic keeping up that great defense. Now using that flip, Ripstick able to defend it away from that Kazan. However, they're really not able to get an offense going here. They're playing a lot on the defense, but they get that kill, now establishing that power play for themselves. Weasel Ferret may be able to take their second point of this set here.
Yeah, they're trying to, communicate on how they want to attack this barrier through both of these flips. It's hard. Overgrown Lemon has been running into this 1v2 against Mystic and Merchant, where they've been doing a really good job of letting the strikes. Oh, great pass to Borg, and great relocation off of the soaring slam out of the Kazan. And that's another point for the side Nasl or bust. But yeah, it's been really difficult because Overgrown Lemon 5 has been getting the ball, but has been stuck in these 1v2s and, winning the strike wars against Mystic. But that's just because Mystic is setting up Merchant for the win on the back line. And if they continue to layer these strikes properly, it's going to be really difficult for Wee's Little Ferrets to find a good offense. As Nasl or bust finds a good offense of their own on the other side, Mystic with the flip in the open net. Not quite able to get it through, stuffed by the Expanse, and Borg coming to the top corner. The Blavo sends it off the top, I think, and Merchant sends it in. That's another set win for Nasl or bust.
That was a crazy point. I mean, the Juno Slime not able to get it in immediately in Englishman by getting the chance to redirect it away from the net right on the line, but it didn't matter. Merchant got in there with that Supernova, establishing that last point for them, getting them the second set. Now up 2-0, and there are some really important awakenings here. First, we see that heavy impact, which Device is already hovering, but also we see the sparks, which Angle Senpai or Ripstick could look for, but we see the Monu on the now, a great pickup, which is typically favored for them. Other side, we see the Prize Fighter, which could go for the Razens, which he does pick up, and then we see the Missile Prop on the Atlas, a really, really strong awakening that keeps that pressure up, which will help them on that offense, which they've been struggling on a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for the side of Wee Little First that they ran into the Monu and the Missile Prop, which I think are like maybe the only 2 awakenings that they would have taken instead of those sparks there to continue scaling. You know, unfortunate that if they want to win this game, they're going to be MVPing these next 3 drafts or next 2 drafts. You know, so they would like to see their BIS a little bit more spread out, but you know, nonetheless, you take what you can get that immediate power for this set because it's do or die right now. And you know, Mystic's low health bar is a sore spot for the side of Nasl or Bust as they try and move into the open net.
Yeah, now both sides have that open net. I think the Atlas might struggle a little bit here trying to defend against that Kazan because he has all those different ways of keeping the core, which he doesn't like very much. But the Vice is also doing a great job of keeping that pressure up, which makes Atlas life even harder here. And we can see that it's staying on the side of Wee's Little Ferds, but Ripstick is able to defend it, not even using the flip just yet. And Borg is also looking low here, now staggered. But Ripstick does use the flip to do that, which leaves them a little bit worse on the defense side.
Yeah, I mean, Borg is going to war right now against Ripstick, and great shot by Merchant. That's what he's known for, this really potent offense from him. You know, that's kind of their guy that Mystic and Borg are banking on. Both these free agents in the offseason were clamoring, looking to find a team, and Merchant went to the land, played, enjoyed himself, and said, you know what, I'll throw in another season, and decides to team up with these two, showing why they want to team with him as we move into this next point for Weasel's Ferrets.
Yeah, now, but great play by Overgrown Limit Angle by keeping up that that pressure, almost getting that second barrier, but Ripstick not able to get that second barrier saved, goes right around that Cosmic Expanse, and then Merchant gets in there with that Supernova, takes that second point on match point here now.
And it's do or die for Weasel Ferrets. Nasl Bust up 2-0, and this game going almost the way you would expect a 1 versus 19 seed game to go if it was earlier in the bracket. But you know, seeing it here in this losers qualifiers round, of course, there's one more try for Weasel Ferrets if they do fall on this point here. They have another shot in the 5th place tiebreaker because 5 teams will be qualifying today, but Overgrown Lemon 5. Great pass up to Angle Senpai in the corner, trying to run through this really well-layered defense by Mystic and Merchant in the corner. Not quite able to get it through. Mystic playing spectacularly in the midfield, has the flip, trying to put the game away all on his own, jumps in with the Blabo, not quite able to get it back to himself, and his health bars are dropping as Ripstick forced to use the flip. Great redirect by Overgrown Lemon 5, and they're trying to stay alive.
What a crazy shot by Overgrown Lemon, just at the perfect angle to get it past that Supernova from the Vice there. Just barely sliding in, getting their first point in this set. This is the potential sweep that the reverse sweep that we would like to see on the side of Wee's Little Ferrets. But it is still going to be very hard. You're looking at the energy economy. We have Mystic already with the flip, and Merchant about to get one of his own.
Yeah, and you know, Borg also, you know, quickly approaching that 3rd flip for the side of Nasl or Bust. And with only 1 barrier left, things are looking really difficult for Weasel Ferrets. Merchant getting so much value out of that cross clear this game. Successfully lands another one. Oh, but Merchant stuffed out. Oh, and the black hole respawn timing. Perfectly unfortunate for the side of Weasel Ferrets. Merchant, great goal line save. Another one. Angle Senpai, maybe a little bit of desperation, sensing the end. Mystic with the flip. Merchant getting in there. Oh, Mystic barely surviving. The pendulum swing on the edge of the map. The res not quite coming out in time, and as long as they get this ball to Mystic, he should be able to get it in the power play, but nothing quite coming together. Angle Senpai, the Monumentalist, catching it on the barrier, and Ripstick, as long as they have anything up, they don't. And Borg, with a slick dash hook strike, sends it in the bottom corner, and that's a win for Nasl Bust. We will be seeing them in liftoff.
What an amazing dash hook there from Borg to get that last point in. I was actually a little bit concerned at the end there for the side of NASL or Bust because they were looking a little bit worse for wear after so much damage was coming out, but they were able to clinch that and secure their into liftoff for liftoff.
Yeah, and really well played by all three members of the side of Nasl or Bust. Really impressed with them in that game. I think they all understood their job. They knew how to play defense against this now Rasmus, which is a composition that can really struggle if they aren't able to find those creative angles. But Mystic and Merchant doing a good job covering all the space they need to make sure that those creative angles aren't found. And yeah, the lack of stuffing power meant every time they went to the corner, it was just a little too difficult for them to shove it all the way through. And so even though this Vice is a little bit less strong defensively, able to use that offensive prowess to just create a really dominating game. I mean, 9-3 in goals, 3-0 in sets. Nasl or bust. They had a stumble earlier today against the greatest team of all time, Runic Dreamers, but they are back and ready to make it to liftoff.
And after that match, we'll be back with one more match for our last match of the day. Oh, two more matches.
Two more matches.
Apologies.
We got the 5th place tiebreaker. Don't forget about it.
I will not forget about it. But these matches will be important for the people, because the next match will also let us know who is going to lift off, who will be potentially facing against this team, NASL or Bust.
We'll be back. All right, hello everyone, and welcome back to this pivotal loser side qualifier between Runic Dreamers and Chikara Eclipse. Super duper interesting match. The 8 and 9 seed both overperforming their expectations going to the day, and also these teams played earlier today. And Runic Dreamers 3-0'd Chikara Eclipse, looking to replicate that performance in this game here. Seth, you got any thoughts?
As we're getting to this game here, we are on Clarion Test Chamber, and we see on the side of Runic Dreamers, we have Estelle, Rasmus, and Atlas. That Rasmus Estelle combo, which is pretty well known as a good offensive duo. On the other side of Chikara Eclipse, we have an Asher, and a Kai, which I think will have some. Assuming that is a Asher brawler, which I hope it is, that is a pretty good offense with the Asher now having some good creation, some good stuffing power as well. What are your thoughts on these two teams' offenses?
Yeah, I agree. I think if that Asher isn't in the gold box, something insane is isn't in the brawler position, something insane is happening. It's going to be all about whether or not this now goalie can provide enough offensive pressure to overcome the defensive prowess of this Atlas in the goal box. We saw that last game with Merchant, a lot of offensive prowess to overcome the Atlas. We're gonna have to see what happens this time. Although I'm a big fan of this Runic Dreamers comp, you have so much consistency from the Estelle, from the Rasmus, from the Atlas, offensively and defensively. It's a comp that will eventually wear you down. Whereas this Kai, I think, is a little bit more inconsistent, but if they play like they're playing right now, they can really pop off and get an offense going.
Right, and something I wanted to point out here on this start with Twin Drive versus Prize Fighter, everyone is taking Twin Drive except for Zonseki on that Asher taking the Prize Fighter. I'm gonna be interested to see if they can get the value out of that against this Atlas. Specifically, an Atlas also should be having a lot of defensive prowess here with that Twin Drive, making it pretty hard for Asher to do what she wants to do. So I'm interested to see if they are able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, good passing by the side of Runic Dreamers so far, but not able to find the second barrier, even with Scandals walking up a bit too far earlier. Oh, stuffed out on the goal line with no now ult to eject back. Things look a little scary for them there, but Cragley with the flip, not quite able to find Zonseki in the open net. This orb getting a little low. That's going to be the next point of contention for both these teams. Zonseki eyeing it. If they have the primary, they're going to be able to get it. Not quite able to, barely off, I think 24 HP. Hyruni rewarded with it. Yin Kirby with the flip. Flip doesn't catch the ball in the open net. Zonseki makes a good save on the goal line. Giga almost catches it. We're going to be looking at this Hyruni flip to put it in next if they can find a spot for him in the open net.
Yeah, now they're in this open net here. Oh! I was going to say, I think that now is the advantage, but a great shot from Hyruni off of that flip. Able to confuse the now a little bit and able to get that in, get that first point of this first set. Looking at the energy advantage here as well, we see that Zonseki is very close to flip here, maybe able to get this offense going against the side of Runic Dreamers.
Yeah, and Mex Casual able to hold it down. You know, their last game on stream, I believe they had taken Among Titans and had a few missteps, but fully sized right now and things looking good for them as both their barriers go down. Zonseki with the flip in the open net. It's all about can they get the ball to Zonseki, as Hyruni and Yin Kirby each covering their own half of the map. Scary back pass from Hyruni, but able to get things through, and Yin Kirby running for that second barrier, not quite able to find it. Zonseki really scary with the open net. Nope, Mex Casual, great expanse to stuff it out. Now we see how Runic Dreamers can come back at this point.
Yeah, no, it seems a lot harder for Runic Dreamers to lose this point now, but Yin Kirby does get that second barrier as I'm talking about that, and now it's an even state on the side of the barriers, but they had two flips on the side of Chikara Eclipse, but they both are wasted on the side of defense, able to get that out, and now on the offense here, but it's still looking pretty hard for them to win this point now that they have no flips.
Oh.
And now looking down, they're passing down to Zonseki, but Yin Kirby, amazing hook to get it away from Scandals on the now, and place it into the top side of the net, getting that second point for them.
Yeah, I mean, Cragley was playing great there, winning kind of every strike war along that wall, and I guess when you can't beat someone in the strike wars, you might as well just take them off the map. So Cragley goes down, the ball goes in the net shortly after. You know, really impressive stuff from them in this game. Like I said, this Kai is a little bit more inconsistent than this Estelle in the scoring presence, and, you know, their midfielding is going to be strong, but against the Estelle and the Rasmus, it might be difficult, and So yeah, I've been really, really impressed with how they've been playing so far, and once again pushing the tempo, trying to make these aggressive plays in the corner, get the expanse out, and if they can keep this pressure up like they are now, they're going to take both barriers almost completely on their own. Great plays from Cragley as they find it through to Zonseki. And Chikara something.
Eclipse.
Chikara Eclipse gets a point on the board. My bad.
Cragley really did it all at that point, getting like almost, I think, both the barriers by himself actually with the help of scans in the back line. Zonseki was put really low, and he had to fall back to heal himself, especially because he doesn't want to lose that prize fighter stack, which he currently still has. And it's a great play from Cragley to get them that first point of the set. But now, looking at this point here, they are taking quite a bit of damage on the side of the Runic Dreamers, which is making it, but also Zonseki as well, and especially on this variant of Clarion Core, it is very easy to be taken off the map and just be killed out of nowhere, which is going to make it pretty hard for these offenses to get going. But as I say that, great stuff with Barrage and the Asher Primary able to get through that flip from X Casual, and now they're on the open barrier here, but they still are not being able to be scored on just yet.
Oh, the ball sneaks through off the expanse, and they get the KO on the Kai on the backside. Mexican Casual punished for their aggressive play last game, rewarded for it. So far this point, things looking good. They want to end the set. Yin Kirby now unstaggered with the hook, and a great play from Pyruni and Yin Kirby. Nice team synergy out of this upstart team, and they take the first set.
Yeah, the side of Runic Dreamers is doing a great job of capitalizing off their offense when they get that ball up. The Stell and the Rastus just put so much pressure on this now. Not really, like, super easy for her to play this defense, which is definitely which we're seeing from the first set. Now that they're 3-1. And looking at the awakenings here, I'm noticing the Perfect Form and also the Glass Cannon could be some notable pickups here. And we see the Glass Cannon go to the Atlas and the Perfect Form go to the Kai, which will help him a lot in the midfield when keeping up those abilities that he needs to keep that pressure up.
Yeah, interesting split on the size at the bottom. Rasmus opts into the build different, wants the 5% extra impact damage over the free life every set. We'll see if they're punished for that. I think it's interesting because I think the Rasmus Estelle Atlas is a little more likely to find staggered KOs on Zonseki than the Kai now Asher is on the Rasmus. So, giving over that revive may end up biting them in the butt, but we'll see. I think draft overall went well for both teams. Pretty happy with how things went. And X Casual, great hold on this top barrier here, keeping up the defensive presence in this point. Finally, they find it out to Pyruni.
And now we got that offense going for the side of Runic Dreamers, but it just gets back over to another on the defense. But they get that kill onto Scandals, which is the goalie. But Zonseki returns the favor into getting that power play, getting that kill onto Yin Kirby. Nice. And also getting a prize for a stack, which is a potential win con for them in this matchup.
Yeah, really important KO, and that's kind of what I was talking about with that size trade. They decided to give over that revive in exchange for the 5% impact damage, but that 5% impact damage might be the reason they got the KO on Scandals. So that entire sequence might have just been, a consequence of that draft immediately. Super interesting kind of thing to notice there, and great play by Pyruni to bait out the flip from Zonseki. And with that prize fighter stack, Zonseki looking scary, red coring off their secondary now. Cragley winning every strike war the entire game, it feels like, just playing so well. Giga almost finds the barrier. If Zonseki was just barely able to make it there, they would have been able to. And Mexican Casual holding it down right through Zonseki on this barrier. And Kirby set up in the corner, trying to make a play. Not quite able to find it. Pyruni, great strike into secondary to take that barrier. Consistent offense out of the cells, the name of the game. And Yin Kirby, wonderful strike war into the bottom corner. That's a point for the side of Runic Dreamers.
Yeah, and Scandals had that flip there at the end, but they didn't use it. Maybe they just didn't think they needed it, could reach the core. But the core is going very fast in these points. We're seeing so many red core happening with the Atlas, with the Asher, with the prize fighter stacks, even on the Kai Gigas as well. Like, there's so much. The core speed is extremely fast, so it's a little bit hard to keep track of, even with the mom boots on these two goalies.
Yeah, interesting enough. Mom boots on both sides, but Strike Shot has been the name of the game for a couple months now. Great flip out of Scandals, but I actually talked with Mexican Casual after their loss earlier, and they said they would have rather had the Mom Boots, so I think that's where the adjustment is coming from for them. And I think that now Mom Boots is like not exactly the most controversial gear pickup. I think that's pretty standard, maybe an even split, between the Strike Shot and the Mom Boots for that character. but things slowing down this point. Cragley's flip, kind of the name of the game. Can they get it through? Max Casual as Zonseki stuffs out the flip, and now Cragley's flip in the open net, trying to make the play. Can't find the pass to Zonseki. Quite Pyruni gets gotten through by Zonseki. Max Casual, stalwart on the defense in the back, able to hold things down. Still not quite able to get through, and this recovery drone is just such a nuisance. I think they aren't super incentivized to look for this KO because they know if they find it, he'll just come right back, and there he is hanging out on the orb. Gets the flip. All that energy would have been gone if the recovery drone had been taken earlier and rewarded. The preservation of that flip finds them a goal in the open net. That's a point for Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, what a great shot off of that flip by Zonseki. I was going to say that they were actually struggling a lot. They were on the back foot of that on that variant specifically because they are taking a lot of this chip damage and getting put down a lot more than they're able to do the other team, which is how they were able to get that kill onto Zonseki and remove his recovery drone. But they were able to get that amazing shot with the flip. And now that we're into this point, we see that they're an instant double barrier down for the side of Runic Dreamers. However, they do get that kill onto Zonseki, removing a prize fighter stack, which is very big here, but also allowing them to set up their offense and get the double barriers in return. Now, great pass plays between Pyrene and Kirby trying to get up there, but Zonseki is now back in there, not able to score just yet.
Yeah, I mean, great passing. I completely agree between the two of them for that second barrier, and in the open net, Yin Kirby almost able to get there, not quite able to. Just Mexicasual playing so aggressive with these momentum boots. It's you know, kind of a stark contrast to how things were going for them in the last game. I think that was a good adjustment for them. And Cragley now in the open net, trying pressure, almost KO'd by Pyruni. As Pyruni's Crystal Thorns almost find the way through, and Mexicasual forced to burn the flip in the open net. Things looking really scary for them with the ball now on their half. The middle popping, Yin Kirby in the bottom, popping off and finds his way into the back of the net. That's another goal for the Runic Dreamers.
It's very interesting because I feel like we can keep getting into these double barrier, no barriers up anymore, and I feel like in this scenario now as a goalie should be favored over an Atlas. But I'm noticing that this on Mexicasual, he has both the Mom Boots and the Glass Cannon, which I think is able to offset that difference that we might expect to see, and give him a good fighting chance in the open net against Chikara Eclipse.
Yeah, I think another thing that's important to note is that this Asher, who's really, really good at stuffing through barriers, and Kai, you know, similarly with that barrage, excel opening the net, but I do think they struggle to actually get the ball through unless they're able to find a good play, you know, through the corner along the bumper. Whereas Estelle and Rasmus have so many options on the open net for scoring that they kind of offset, you know, that deficit that the Atlas might create compared to the Now in that matchup. You know, Estelle has so many angles to score, Rasmus so many angles to score, that this forward matchup, I think, is what's tilting it in their favor.
Oh my gosh. There's so much happening at this point now. We're now on 0.5. That Atlas Res does come out to save Yin Kirby, but now we both on one barrier on both sides. Zonseki has the chance to get that second barrier, and they do. And Cragley on an amazing shot to win that strike war against Pyruni and get it right past Mexicasual as well, getting them their first set and tying up the sets here. What awakenings do you think that they should be looking for here on Chikara Eclipse's side?
I think this Asher should take the size from the Rasmus. Just you know, don't have to deal with it anymore. Rasmus, I actually think it's not a terrible idea to deny the Monumentalist. Yep, they're going through with it. I think that really elevates the potency of the Now goalie. Timeless, great compensation for them though. And then this missile prop's definitely going over to the Atlas. 1-2 punch or heavy for this Estelle. Missile prop denied from the Atlas. It decides to opt into the 1-2 punch. And now if we get to overtime, that Atlas core speed is going to be a big deal for clearing the ball out of the net as we head into this third set.
Yeah, now that we're in this third set, we're back on this damaging variant, which I do think is favorable for the side of Runic Dreamer, especially because they have that Atlas. But also now going into this, they have a heavy impact Estelle and a 1-2 punch on this Atlas, and even a Monu on that for that hook on Rasmus, which I think elevates their damage to another level. And you know, they don't even care about the damage; they're just willing to get the double barrier straight up. They don't need to kill them to win this point. But now the point is starting to calm down a little bit. Chikara Eclipse able to get a little bit of offense going themselves. Great defense from Scandals on that pendulum swing, but Pyruni with a great blink, able to get past both Cragley and Scandals there to get them that first point of this third set.
Yeah, I thought Yin Kirby was setting up an excellent checkmate there, but Cragley actually I think is the one that saved the ball from the back of the net, but Pyruni with the punish, and that's the lethality of this Estelle Rasmus on the open net. They can just space so far away from you that they cover all your clear options, and then they could shove the ball in your face and hit you from a mile away. It's exactly what happens there. Great play, once again, from Runic Dreamers. This team play on the open net, looking really, really good for them.
Yeah, I have to agree. They're doing a lot of good passing plays, while I feel like on the side of Chikara Eclipse, they're relying on this Asher to stuff it through this Atlas, which is a little bit hard on this twin drive start. So I think it puts them at a little bit of an advantage here when it comes to setting up their offenses. Now on this bounce house point here, where there's a lot of variability here, almost giving Ian Turby the ball off the core off that pass to give him that second barrier, but Crowley using that foot to prevent that. It's Zonseki also that recovery drone removed, and leaving him susceptible to losing that prize for a sec that he wants to keep and use to get kills against his team. Scandal's great flip there as well to defend against Runic Dreamers and keep their last barrier here.
Yeah, I mean, Pyruni's primaries at this point have been exceptional. Takes the KO on Zonseki, pressures the open barrier, staggers Cragley, and as long as MexCasual is able to hold in this really scary situation, not quite able to, but regardless, Cragley is taken out. Great pass from Yin Kirby, and as long as MexCasual can catch the ball, they're going to be safe. Pyruni almost gets it through. Great primary from Scandals to keep things safe. Now this flip, slowing things down. Great passing plays from Yin Kirby and Pyruni in the open net, and they find a way to step it through.
Amazing blink for Pyruni. They're able to cut that up there and get it in. Scandals was not ready for that. And now onto this next variant with the arrow over in the middle on Project Maelstrom. 2-0 for the side of Runic Dreamers. They really want to clean up this set now and get into this next track, because they are looking to scale. They are looking to get these awakenings that power them up and just clean up the set before the side of Chikara Eclipse can get like a bunch of speed and be able to outpace them in this matchup. But they get it out. They clear out this set, getting that 3-0 in this third set, and now they're moving into this third draft. This second draft.
It's Pyruni sweep. It's a Pyruni sweep. Pyruni is taking these barriers, is taking these goals, is absolutely everywhere. This Estelle is applying so much pressure. You ban the rune if you're the side of Chikara Eclipse, and you get punished by this Estelle, rewarded with whatever they want. Decides to take the Spark of Agility. It's their second Spark. Wants the move speed to be able to keep up the Kai. The Reverberation for the Rasmus, more survivability for them. Among Titans for the Kai, more speed. Rapid Fire for this Atlas, and Spark of Focus for the Asher. It's a perfectly fine pickup for them. They've got more cooldowns, and we are entering a complete core control game. If it wasn't one already, we've opted out of power, we've opted out of damage, we've opted completely into speed and cooldowns to try and score as Cragley finds the first strike in this new set.
After looking at that third draft, I think this Atlas is going to be a big menace with that rapid fire and the twin drive, making it really hard for him to get scored on in comparison to the Now, who has twin drive in prime time, but not have nearly as defensive abilities in her own right. And now looking at, and we see that here in this first point of this fourth set with the two barriers already going down for the side of Chikara Eclipse, while MexCasual is holding the line, keeping this last barrier alive for his side.
Yeah, I mean, MexCasual is completely holding it down, and Yin Kirby, great hook out of the corner and finds it in the bottom corner. Runic Dreamers now 2 points away from liftoff qualification. Look at this team go.
Yeah, I mean, that Atlas was really getting it done at that point. It just completely stuffs the side of Chikara Eclipse's offense when they are relying on this Asher to use her size to get it through this Atlas, but he is just not letting it happen with these constant cooldowns. It is just making it really hard for them to play the game.
Yeah, ball going all the way around the world here, but Pyruni has flipped soon. Zonseki going to be looking for a KO in the corner, but actually gets return KO'd themselves by Yin Kirby. Really well played by the Rasmus here, as risky clear from MexCasual pays off. Burns the flip out of Zonseki. Barrier does eventually go down, but no worry. They've got Yin Kirby's flip in the corner. Sends it through onto the barrier, and it might go in the net.
Instead of a amazing flip from Cragley. I don't know if that was intentional, but the bounces were on point, able to get the perfect blind spot. The Atlas was not able to get up there and catch that in time. Now it's 1-1 in this fourth set. This, I feel like the side of Runic Dreamers is still at an advantage from their awakenings, but we see Chikara Eclipse still fighting back very hard here, not giving up any points and taking advantage of these offensive opportunities when they have them.
Yeah, I completely agree. I do think the draft has gone so well, especially defensively. Oh, great strike from Yin Kirby. You know, especially defensively for the side is, a nice little pass to MexCasual for this team. You know, the Awakenings are looking good for them, but, you know, nevertheless, this Asher, you know, the indomitable spirit of this character always has a fighting chance no matter what game they're in, as Scandal's forced to burn the flip. Pyruni trying to find a score in the open net, and Cragley rewarded with the orb. Max Casual, good save, forced to burn the flip, great strike to get things out, and the size runs out for Cragley, back to being a little among Titans gamer here. As they find a way to stuff onto the barrier, but Zonseki gets a little nervous, burns the flip, but finds the shot above Mexa Casual, and Chikara Eclipse. I saw the E, I got baited. Chikara Eclipse are fighting back.
Yeah, they were just really able to keep that offensive pressure going that whole time. I think this among Titans is making a very big deal. I think the excess speed that this guy has over the Estelle is making him keep this core a lot more often than he was beforehand, and also giving that extra size, even if it is only 12.5 or 15% to this Asher, it is nonetheless going to help in these 1v1 scenarios against this Atlas.
Yeah, and Scandal's almost KO'd. Let's see if they can find it. Oh, as the Asher actually holds it down in the open net, but Scandals goes down. Cragley trying to make a hero play in the power play, not quite able to find it. Yin Kirby can't quite get the strike through, and this Asher has rotated to a goalie. You know, this is one of the biggest advantages of Asher Brawler, that once she's, you know, in the net, in a power play or whatever, she, you know, transforms into the same potency of goalie that she normally is. Cragley looking low. Not quite able to go down, though. Staying alive. Bounces off the middle, getting thrown around like a rag doll, but still alive as Cragley passes, and Pyruni pops the middle to intercept the pass and send the ball in the net. It's now 0.5, and it's qualification point for Runic Dreamers.
What an amazing usage of that Atlas middle there. And now we're on this last very, very chaotic variant of Clarion Core here, the damaging one, where if people start getting caught in this goop and just taking damage, the point can go very easily in favor of the other. But it doesn't matter. Yin Kirby and Pyroni are keeping up this offense extremely well, using paths from each other, able to get it through Zonseki, Cragley, and Scandals, all three of them, getting that last barrier. They're trying to go for the goal here, trying to finish off this game before they can get into a set 5.
Yeah, and everyone getting a little nervous. The ball ends up in the bottom corner. Can the Asher stuff it through? Not quite able to, but Cragley wins the strike. We're on the barrier, pivotal, and now this Scandals with the flip and the open net is looking like the strongest character on the screen. It's going to take nice coordinated plays from the side of Runic Dreamers to get this through, or a KO onto Cragley, but healed up by the now, and this flip on Zonseki goes down, looking scary. They find a way around Cragley, and Pyruni's flip is coming up soon. Will he be able to capitalize off of it? Down to Yin Kirby. Gets the flip out. Mex Casual's not able to make it in time, and Scandal scores net to net. We're going to a set 5.
What an amazing shot from Scandals. They're able to just get it past that Atlas, and no one else is able to intercept it as well. And now we're moving into the set 5. And the Kai, looking at what we see here, we see the stacks on stacks, we see the chrono boost, we see the Castellas, we see the aerials, all and the stagger striker, 5 different ways of getting speed, and he opts for the stacks to stacks here. But we see this 2-3 on the side of Rasmus and Atlas, which can make it problematic for the side of Chikara Eclipse, because we got the stagger swagger on the Rasmus, giving him that speed, allowing him to keep up this offensive pressure more against this now. And then on the other side of things, Asher picking up this Might of the Colossus. She has 2 side swingings and the Among Titan size. She now has a whopping 195 power, making her a big threat.
Yeah, and she's got this this prize fighter. That power might go even higher. If she looks for these KOs, she is going to be able to find them. As Yin Kirby, great hook in the corner, trying to keep control of the ball. Probably just trying to stay calm. You know, this is a really high-pressure environment for these players. They haven't really been in this type of environment too much before, and I imagine that the set 5 super nerve-wracking for them, especially because Runic Dreamers, I believe they beat this team 3-0 earlier today, and so the game, you know, kind of going the other way, that can be a little stressful, especially when you have this massive of an Asher in your face trying to stuff the ball through.
Yeah, I have to say, I feel like I'm a lot more scared of side of Chikara Eclipse now. They have just, like 2 massive stat sticks. This Kai, who is the speed of light flying across the screen, and this massive Asher. And then they both have a now backing them up, giving them that extra speed and healing that they need. It is a very daunting task to get to kill this team or get through this team. This Asher is just able to convert on so many different things. Now Cragley is constantly getting up to them, and this Estelle just doesn't have that speed that they need to keep up with this Kai, making those interactions in the midfield really unfavorable for them.
Oh, Yin Kirby finds the Monumentalist hook, finally, and they have the flip. If Pyroni can get the ball for them, misses the strike, but Primary gets the ball through. Yep, gonna go down to Yin Kirby, who flips in the open net, not quite able to convert, but is able to KO Scandals on the goal line. That's a point for Runic Dreamers.
What an amazing rebound off of that corner bumper, able to get the Pendulum Sleep, kill Scandals, and get the goal there. Now up 1-0 in this final set of this game. And the winner of this does go to Liftoff, so I imagine that there is going to be a lot of nerves flying around here, especially on something like a bounce house.
Yeah, I mean, Bouncy Castle, not exactly the map I would want to be playing in set 5, but, you know, got to play it every set, including that 5th one. Yin Kirby find the ball down into the corner, but not quite able to convert on that second barrier. Mex Casual, great defense, keep the ball away from everyone, but this Zon Seki Asher is just so large, able to win every strike war. Oh, great hook, and they're able to convert on the second barrier. Things looking good for the Runic Dreamers. Mex Casual gets the ball up to Pyruni. Oh, the Primary almost sends it into the top side of the net. Pyruni really, really active in the midfield at this point as Mex Casual not quite able to find it through. Can he get the flip? Lives with the evade, but not quite able to find his way out. And Zon Seki with that size puts it into the net. It's 1-1 in this pivotal set 5.
This massive Asher is catching every attempt at clearing away. It is so unfortunate for the side of Runic Dreamers. Sharklips is just able to capitalize off of all these attempts, making it really hard for them to play the game. Now 1-1 in this set. Not over for either team. We'll have to play at least one more point after this. But Pyruni and Yin Kirby getting that offense up together. Oh, an amazing flip. Able to get that second barrel on Mex Casual, and he's not able to catch it with his speed, and now it's 1-2 match point for the side of Chikara Eclipse. What a turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great flip from Scandals and a great Giga from Cragley, who I've been highlighting all game for their exceptional play, but this variant has been looking good for the side of Runic Dreamers all game as long as they can hold it down against the Asher here. But even if they do find that KO, she has the recovery drone. You have to decide, is it worth investing those resources on this point, or should we just try and go for the goal? She's now healing up, not quite able to find everything, but Cragley taking a lot of damage in the pool in the top corner. Yin Kirby walking in the bottom corner. Scandals, great strike around, and this Kai is speeding in at the speed of light. Mex Casual opens, barrier! Oh, it's Zon Seki once again getting low, but Scandals opts to go for the healing and loses their barrier in the process. Yin Kirby with the flip, looking to try and make this game a set 5.5 heater. Not willing to flip in the open net as Cragley with the speed runs in, gets the barrier. Maybe Yin Kirby's going to get punished for not being willing to flip, as finally flips but stuffed out by the Asher, and now Pyruni trying to score through the net here. Zonseki first to the ball. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. They finally kill the Asher.
Getting the kill onto Zonseki. Oh my god! The slowest score. Moving it, getting it on the bottom side. Scandal's not able to reach it, even with that flip. Now we're at set 5.5 here. The Asher lost her recovery, lost her prize fighter stacks, but Scandals does have that flip. We are in a very interesting scene.
Oh no!
And both barriers go down instantly on the side of Runic Dreamers, but they don't have. But they are able to get the core back.
Oh no! Okay, Pyruni flips, keeps his wits about him. Mexican Casual, great strike war on the goal line. Scandals also flip. Pyruni! Okay, they're keeping everything alive. The Atlas goes down to the Asher. She gets a prize fighter stack, and now they need to hold. Scandals loses control of the ball. Yin Kirby running up the side. Now Pyruni just needs to clear away from the Asher. They bought enough time for the Atlas to return. He is back, and the strike war win and the bounce off of the expansive set 5.5 win for Chikara Eclipse. Wow.
That is such a tragic end to that game, but a really well played one from Chikara Eclipse and Runic Dreamers. Both teams well played, and the best part is they didn't go out. They still have this fifth place tiebreak to go through. Runic Dreamers is not out, and they could still make it into liftoff.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta hurt losing a game 12 goals to 10. That's gotta hurt. 103 saves from Casual, but things just didn't quite go their way in those last two sets. You're really going to kick it yourself if you're Runic Dreamers, but congratulations to the side of Chikara Eclipse, especially Cragley, who I thought had an exceptional game. Really, really earned their spot in liftoff, and now we head to this 5th place tiebreaker between Runic Dreamers and Wee's Little Furrets. Two, like miracle Cinderella stories from today. Only one can prevail to make it to lift off in a couple weeks.
Hey, but whichever one loses, it doesn't matter because there's still Launchpad 3 next week. They can still make it. And honestly, from the way that I've seen both these teams playing, I think both of them will be in liftoff. I have been really impressed with both sides.
Yeah, and that match is next. So we will be right back.
Welcome back to our final match of the day for Launchpad 2. Okay, we have for this last match we have Weasel Ferts versus Runic Dreamers, and we are already we were going into match, but they're ending the match. Gramella, what are your thoughts on these two teams?
I think Runic Dreamers has consistently looked really strong today, and they've, just faltered in 2 set 5 games. Whereas Furret didn't have the best showing against Nasl or Bust earlier, and we're on Clarion Test Chamber, which is not the map that I've seen this Furret team be playing all day, so maybe they'll be a little bit less comfortable. Maybe like a little bit less space for Overgrown Lemon 5 to kind of make these solo hero plays that we've been seeing them make all day. And Clarion, I'm pretty sure that Runic Dreamers have been spamming this map all day. At this point, they're super warm on it. It's their super comfort, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them take this. But that being said, this 19 seed, I feel like I would have said I wouldn't be surprised to see their opponent take it every single game they've played against them today. They're on that Cinderella run, and this is their last chance for Launchpad 2 today to make it to lift off. Big match here, this 5th place tiebreaker. I'm excited to see how things go.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. And looking at the starting awakenings, we have Specialized Training and Spark of Resilience. What kind of characters do you think we should expect to see on a start like this?
I don't know. The specialized training of users recently haven't been the best. So, I'd be surprised to see a Luna or a Vice or even an Aimee. But maybe we see an X. That could be possible. I don't think it's Yin Kirby or Overgrown Lemon 5's cup of tea, though. I really think we'll just see 6 Sparks of Resilience with just what they've been picking all day. So, Yin Kirby, on the Rasmus or whatever else he wants to pick. Pyroni on the Rune or the Estelle and Mexi Casual, most likely on one of those melee goalies, holding it down in the net. Same with Ripstick on the other side. Expect a melee goalie. Expect Angle Senpai, maybe on the Aimee. But I've seen them play now all day to, great success. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out again. And Overgrown Lemon 5, I saw them on the Rasmus and the Julie earlier. I thought they looked great. So I'll say it. I actually want an Overgrown Lemon 5 Juliet this game. That's what I want to see.
I'm hoping for a Overgrown Lemon 5 Rasmus with specialized training. I think the Rasmus can really take over the game with a specialized training. It is really hard to play around. If you're constantly going over to the side of the map, they can look for kills super easily, makes your life really, really hard to play, especially in the midfield. So that's something that I'm looking forward to. But also, Overgrown Lemon 5 is not the only Rasmus in this game. We also have Yin Kirby, right? And I feel like both of them could look for that specialized training Rasmus if it is not banned.
Yeah, and I just think it's hilarious that you kids are talking about Overgrown Lemon. You wouldn't say this to him at LAN. He's jacked. Not only that, but Overgrown Lemon wears the freshest clothes, eats the chillest restaurants, and hangs with the hottest dudes. So I'm excited for Overgrown Lemon 5 to make a big splash this game as we're finally loading in. Seems like those delays have been wrapped up, and we can finally yap about this draft.
Yes, so going into this game, I do see the Mako Hover from Mexa Casual. That's an interesting pick. Not on that Atlas, which we saw from before, but the Mako is just as good at holding it down. Also provides that buff, offer secondary, which can make games very, very explosive for the team that she's on.
All right, well, we're remaking again, but we have
Close
in the draft. It's Juliet for Overgrown Lemon 5, and it's Kai Mako. Seems like Pyroni's fed up with being slower than his opponents, has decided to lock in double speed, wants to outspeed. The Rasmus for Yin Kirby. I like Kai Rasmus. I think it's a really strong duo. And I forget the last pick. Maybe an Atlas.
Yeah, I did not see that last pick, but that Rasmus.
Oh, an Asher. Asher now. Okay. Ripstick on the Asher. They've been piling that a lot today, actually. It goes unbanned, and Atlas goes unpicked here, interestingly enough. Maybe the specialized training for the Mako. Maybe they prefer that over anything, or maybe we'll just see 6 Sparks of Resilience. Not entirely sure. But we'll see what happens as we load into game. I don't think it'll be a particularly explosive game. I think this will be a real grind fest. We are going to see maybe some long points with these melee goalies holding it down for a long time, making life as difficult as possible, as both teams want as much defensive consistency as they can find to ensure that they make it to liftoff. So here we go, loading in the game.
Yeah, I would have to agree. We do see 2 specialized trainings in this game. On that now and on that Asher. Interesting enough, we don't see it on that Rasmus, which I thought we might see, but I'm interested in this and now on the specialized training. What do you think the benefits of this are, Grimella?
So it's a lot of healing for yourself and for your teammate. I do think the resilience is a lot more consistent, like at keeping your health bar up. But nevertheless, if you're worried about, especially your Juliet being KO'd, is a great shot by Overgrown Lemon to the bottom corner. And a great offense on that first point by Furret. But if you're worried about this Juliet getting blown up, you know, or if you're assuming that she's going to be the one getting all the sparks, you might as well opt into that other awakening and, you know, try and support her as much as possible. Maybe Overgrown Lemon 5 is calling their shot and saying, I'm going to carry this game. I need as much support as possible. I want the healing. I want the damage from the Asher ult. I want everything I can get. And that's what they're looking for right now as they take both barriers in quick succession.
Yeah, amazing plays from Overgrown Lemon and the entire side of the Furrets. Now that they have both barriers down, they're looking to make this play here. Use that dash punch, not quite able to get that goal. Next Casual has the flip here as well, maybe looking to make a play with that, but gets stuffed by Overgrown Lemon and Angle Senpai, getting them that second point up 2-0 in this first set.
Yeah, great play by Overgrown Lemon, just kind of farming right now. Maybe a mistake on the side of Runic Dreamers to let the Juliet through. They've proven just how good they are. This character upset the 3 seed earlier today, have taken both barriers one after the other in 3 consecutive points so far this game, and having the launch pad of their life. Seth.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing very, very explosive right now. The Overgrown Lemon specifically getting so much pressure on the side of Mex Casual and Pyruni, just consistently getting these double barriers, getting them both before their sides are losing theirs, giving them on that offense pretty much the entire game. Especially with the help of that now, giving them that speed. And now, but Yink Kirby and Pyruni are keeping up this offense here with the help of their Mako in the back, trying to get this last barrier on Rift Stick on this bouncy house, but they're not quite able to do so just yet. And Overgrown Lemon now has that flip, gets that kill. He is looking to get the play here, and gets the bounce off the bounce house, and getting that first set finished up 3-0 going into this first set with that Juliet as the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, well deserved for Overgrown Lemon. They are on an absolute tear. And now, looking at this, they won't be able to deny the Chrono Boost from the Kai. That's going to be a huge pickup for them, but they do get that spark. Just like I said earlier, maybe they said, I'm going to get all the sparks today. They managed to find the spark focus. Probably, maybe the worst spark they could have picked up there. I think they would have preferred to have the power for sure, and maybe even the speed. Mako not quite sure what to pick up. The Rasmus does get the size, and the Prime Time denied from the Asher. That's a huge denial. I think Prime Time and Rapid Fire for Asher goalie are such a massive power spike that if you're able to prevent her from getting those in draft, it's just such a huge boon for your team's chances going forward. So Chrono Boost on Kai, size on Rasmus. You could argue that this is where the game's truly starting.
Yeah, but Overgrown already getting the first barrier and trying to get the second, not able to do that. Mixed Casual defending that away. Yin Kirby now on the offense here, but Angle Senpai helping Rift Stick out, getting that core out. Yin Kirby getting the core back, using that pendulum team to get that first barrier, and now we're at an even state here. Mex Casual using that strike shot to rebound that core to himself and get them possession once again, keeping it away from Overgrown Lemon 5, who is consistently making these explosive plays, setting it up, use the dash punch, not able to get it just yet, and loses the strike on the line. Mex Casual is holding it down.
Yeah, Mex Casual absolutely holding it down, winning every single strike war against Overgrown Lemon 5. And Pyruni, there's that Chrono Boost, able to come in. I also thought Ripstick had a free cross clear there, but wasn't safe because this Kai is so fast and able to get the barrage down through the corner. That's a goal for the side of Runic Dreamers, and we're seeing that scaling come through for this speed-oriented team composition.
Yeah, really, really well played there from Pyrene, using that barrage in the corner to get that goal in. Now onto the second point here. Angle Senpai uses the flip on the line, not really feeling much pressure, but trying to get over to Overgrown Lemon, who has been making these hero plays for them. Not able to do much with that, though, and Pyrene gets it back over, gets that first barrier, but Overgrown Lemon returns the favor, getting one of his own. However, Pyrene trying to get that core forward. Yin Kirby going for the kill with that pendulum swing, not able to get it onto Able Senpai. And now Overgrown Lemon looking on that offense once again, gets it with that punch. And now Yin Kirby trying to make the offense happen once again, but not able to do so just yet.
Yeah, as Overgrown Lemon 5 makes the rotation back, finds the KO on that Xenocloak corridor, and now with the flip, things are looking pretty scary, but Pyruni, great call out and great Giga to keep the play dead. This Chrono Boost Kai is absolutely everywhere right now as Overgrown Lemon 5 hunting for another KO, not quite able to find it, and burns the flip. Max Casual burns the flip in response, but no conversion in the open net just yet. And something I want to point out is that, the pummelers for this Julie is making her so slow. It's really coming down to whether or not Angle Senpai is able to get the ball essentially through two people to Overgrown Lemon, who's spending pretty much their entire game in the enemy net, but it's paying dividends because every time that ball gets through, it feels like they're converting. They're putting on a master class as they tie up the set 1-1.
Yeah, it's an Overgrown Lemon sweep. They are just converting off of every opportunity that is being given to them. And Ripstick Angle Senpai are really playing more on the defensive end here, trying not to get scored on before Overgrown Lemon can finally get that core and just put it in like they have been this entire game so far. Now on the defense here, Overgrown Lemon looking to get that first barrier. Not able to do so just yet, missing that punch in Max Casual. With that down clear to Pyruni. Now on the offense here, trying to get the second barrier here. Yin Kirby with a great hook, but not able to get it immediately, but catches the Asher off of that barrier beam and manages to get that second barrier here. Now trying to keep that offense up here and trying to get this heal. And Yin Kirby not able to get it in just yet. Pyruni missing the flip. They're losing so many opportunities here. And Overgrown Lemon now gets the core with the dash punch, gets both barriers.
Gets both.
And now we're in an even state here. Yin Kirby looking to get this goal here, but not able to do it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Runic Dreamers and you lose this point, you're really going to be kicking yourself. The flip goes wide, and Overgrown Lemon puts it in the bottom side of the net. Kind of a disaster point for them. And I saw Max Casual making the adjustment in the middle of that point, realized Overgrown Lemon 5 is just sitting in my net, so I'm going to walk in front of him. So if the ball ever gets through my forwards, it's going to have to get through me to get to Overgrown Lemon. But the downside to that is that if Overgrown Lemon does get it through you, there's nobody in your net to defend, and that's why both barriers went down in such rapid succession. As a great angle from Yin Kirby off the flip. The Runic Dreamers are not going quietly into the night as Overgrown Lemon 5 with the flip in the net wants to make a play on that second barrier. Great pass by Yin Kirby, and Ripstick lets the ball slide right in with a great pendulum swing by Yin Kirby. We're going to a pivotal 0.5 in the second set.
Yeah, I really like to point out how this 2v2 we're seeing in the backline of the Ferret's defense. Angle Senpai is playing really far back with Ripstick, doing a great job of layering those strikes with them, but Pyruni and Yin Kirby are doing the same on that offense, giving it really hard. But oh my gosh, Overgrown Lemon and Ripstick both going for the kill, both using their flips. They do get that kill onto that Kai, hoping to capitalize off this in this power play, get the middle orb as well. They are looking really strong here. Overgrown Lemon getting that first barrier, not able to get the not getting the first barrier. Defended away by Max Casual, even using the flip. But they get the first barrier finally. But they no longer have the power play. They no longer have the middle orb. It's looking a little bit more even here.
Okay. Good defense by Mexicasual. Waits out Overgrown Lemon, who had no resources on the open net. Great defense by Runic Dreamers in the power play, but Overgrown Lemon 5 able to get it around the Mako secondary, and now they have the tall task of getting it through this Asher. Now, as Yin Kirby, great strike, finds it, and Pyruni sends it in with the strike where he gets two in the open net. And we're tied a set apiece for the Runic Dreamers. Crazy turnaround and really clutch plays for the Runic Dreamer forward duo at the end there.
Yes, amazing plays by the side of the Runic Dreamers. And now this round is first here, and we see so many things that go where they go for the stacks on stacks. They could go for, but they could choose to go for the Monumentalist, just deny this now. Not sure if I agree with that decision, because now has this stacks on stacks giving her so much speed in this midfield. What are your thoughts on this, Grimilla?
I think Kai should leave a dash for Mako. Oh, just takes the 1-2 punch, doesn't want to get KO'd by the Asher. And Mako does get that aerials. Huge pickup for them. They now have a dash awakening to speed up their teammates. So Yin Kirby especially is going to be really appreciating that. And Pyruni, that core speed with the 1-2 punch is, one of Asher's biggest vices. She doesn't do the best when the ball starts flying a little too quickly. So maybe that 1-2 punch will end up mattering later in the sets. As Overgrown Lemon 5 trying to keep up that blistering offense, but not able to find the dash punch KO, and they're going to be out of commission for the next 15 seconds or so as Pyruni finds it around Ripstick, and a good pass to Yin Kirby, finds it in the open net. Great play, and Runic Dreamers are almost running away with it.
Amazing play by Young Kirby. He got the lingering hit off of that whiplash into the pendulum theme, getting it past both Rifstick and Angle Senpai, both playing on that defense. Amazing play by him. Now into the second point here. Young Kirby Pyrini trying to keep up that offense, but no, Angle Senpai getting that strike war win, giving it to Overgrown Lemon and getting that first barrier here. Overgrown Lemon not able to get the dash punch kill here, but they're taking so much damage here, but the Angle Senpai with that specialized training, able to get that healing back up. Overgrown Lemon has a ton of stagger as well to work with here, so not feeling too pressure at the moment and even getting that second barrier.
Yeah, Overgrown Lemon 5, great play in the corner to punish Mexican Casual's flip, and maybe a little bit of a lack of patience on their behalf. And Ripstick with the flip, the Asher in the corner, looking real scary as Overgrown Lemon 5 dribbles it through, but doesn't have the punch to fully convert. Now Angle Senpai with the flip in the open net, not able to get it, but the barrage sends it back down into Overgrown Lemon 5, who has the flip and the special on the open net. They punch it through, and that's a goal for Overgrown Lemon 5.
Yeah, I mean, Overgrown Lemon is getting it done right now with that punch into both Pyrini and Max Casual, followed by the strike, able to get it through both of their layering. Just really, really hard to play against that, but extremely, really well played by Overgrown Lemon 5. Now 1-1 in this third set, and this set will be pivotal. Whoever takes the win in this set will be up on match set, making it a really, really like nerve-wracking scenario for the other team.
Oh, Pyrini barely misses the last strike war needed to get that second barrier, and that's the kind of those are the inches that you need to be able to cover if you want to get through this Asher goalie. It's just so demanding as Pyrini flips it through Angle Senpai. Ripstick uses the primary. That'll be down for the next 6 seconds or so as Pyrini comes in. Do they have the barrage? They do. Can they win the strike or no? Angle Senpai finds the strike and the KO off the Giga Blast for Pyrini. Great play. Now this orb is kind of what I'm looking at next. Can someone on the side of Runic Dreamers pick up the orb in the power play? No. Strike war win for Angle Senpai. Vex Casual gets stuck on the wall, and Angle Senpai is actually the one that gets the orb. Able to find it. They get the barrier teed up perfectly by Overgrown Lemon 5, and Yin Kirby takes the barrier. We're seeing these clutch plays as Overgrown Lemon 5 gets another KO in the double open net.
Wow, I mean, amazingly well played on the defense by Angle Senpai, but Yin Kirby just threading the able to get that second barrier, and forces the flip out of Angle Senpai, and Rift uses one as well. No flips left on the side of the Furrets, and they don't get the middle orb either. Yin Kirby taking that, has the massive size to work with, looking to get the play here, and threads the needle, gets it past that Asher barrier beam, going up 2-1 in this third set.
Yeah, great strike by Yin Kirby. I actually didn't think that was going to be able to slot it through. It barely catches it off the corner and gets the right bounce to send it in. Really, really important point win for the side of Runic Dreamers. That is a lot of momentum for them as Yin Kirby has the flip. A dangerous down clear sends the ball down and through, and Yin Kirby has the flip in the open net, not quite able to convert. Overgrown Lemon 5 feels compelled to use the ult in their own net for the defense. Now they have the flip, maybe looking for a punch KO or going for a risky double barrier take, not quite able to find it. Yin Kirby dashing towards Ripstick, not quite able to get anything going there either, and Mexican Casual is holding it down against Overgrown Lemon 5 as Yin Kirby gets past in the top. Asher not able to get it. Pyruni's barrage also not able to put it in the net as Angle Senpai finally finds their way around Mex Casual.
Yeah, now that we're in, now Yin Kirby, Pyrini trying to get this offense going once again, but Overgrown Lemon is actually falling back a little bit in this midfield, trying to prevent them from losing this set here and now. But Pyrini walking up with the flip, Yin Kirby missing the hook here, but Mex Casual keeping it up the pressure with the strike shot. And now Yin Kirby going down. Oh gosh, Pyrini still has a flip though. This is so scary for the side of the Furrets because they have the power play advantage here and they do not want to lose this point here. And Angle Senpai walking up with the flip after that second barrier take by Overgrown Lemon. But Ripstick still has the flip here on the defense. Giggle Blast not getting that yet. Pyrini with the flip.
1-2 punch!
Amazing flip by Pyrini, waiting out that Asher dash, not hitting it, getting it through her. Now up 2-1 in sets here, and Pyrini taking that MVP here in this draft.
Yeah, the core speed for the Kai came up huge. That point gets it around the now when they otherwise might not have. Sends it into the net when they otherwise might not have. And finally flips it into the net when they otherwise might not have. That core speed in overtime, a huge deal and rewarded with the rapid fire. Asher, well, it's an Asher deny. Stagger Swagger pickup for the Mako, denying the now who gets the heavy impact. Really strong awakening for them. And prize fighter denial from the Juliet, who's forced to take the greatest awakening of all time. The Orb Replicator on the 6th pick, and I'd say Furret is on the back foot here heading into this 4th set, and it's liftoff qualification set again for the Runic Dreamers.
Yeah, I will have to say though, I do think that this heavy impact on this now is going to be quite the threat with the stacks on stacks and the twin drive. I think this now has a lot of potential to take over this game here with these lowered cooldowns now.
Yeah, I agree. She's going to have so many secondaries. She's going to have so much presence in the midfield. That denial on the Monumentalist by Yin and Kirby earlier looking better and better by the second with what this now build has become. But Ripstick accidentally dribbles into their own net, onto their own barrier, and Yin Kirby with the speed from the Mako just covers every option and is able to find it into the top corner. We're now 2 points away from a Runic Dreamers liftoff qualification.
Yeah, great offense set up by Pyruni and Nikuri there, passing between one another, getting it through the Ripstick on that Brown's house. Taking advantage of the fact that Asher doesn't really have the greatest mobility, able to deal with that. And now they're setting up this office once again, but Overgrown Lemon going for the dash one's not able to get it. Angle Senpai, no flip now as well, but Pyruni taking their own barrier with the Atlas middle. Now Max Casual with the flip here. On defense, not losing his second barrier just yet. Ripstick getting it through. Overgrown Lemon getting the dash stun to get that second barrier. But Yin Kirby now with the core once again. The Now Mine getting it through. Oh gosh, Max Casual, no flip anymore. Overgrown Lemon, open that, no! Getting it right past Max Casual, not fast enough, no abilities able to catch that core as it slowly rolls into the top side. Great shot from Angle Senpai.
Yeah, I mean, crazy point there. A lot of aggressive strike wars from the side of Furret, and they're rewarded, for them greatly as Overgrown Lemon 5 opts to flip for the middle orb. Really going to want to convert, which they do. And now things looking really scary. Open net once again for the side of Runic Dreamers as the hook finds it around Ripstick. Primary, not quite able to catch it through. As Overgrown Lemon 5 catches off Pyruni on the other side, and Yin Kirby stuffed out by the barrier beam. And Max Casual, yeah, not so many abilities up. Hard to defend against the punch from the Juliet. And Furret is not going down without a fight.
Yeah, this now is really doing a great job of keeping that core forward. Overgrown Lemon making a great opportunity there to get that kill off side, getting that power play, and instantly capitalizing it. We're going to need to see more plays from those out of Furret in order for them to get into this set 5. Angle Senpai, though, staggered here, trying to get that orb. Still not in staggered just yet. Overgrown Lemon coming back on the defense to help Yin Kirby, almost getting that secondary, but Pyruni! Great pass down by Yin Kirby, and then Pyruni cutting that off with the barrage to get that second barrier. Now open net, trying to set up an offense here, not able to do so just yet, but Pyruni passing the Yin Kirby here with the whiplash. Asher defended away with the barrier beam, but Max Casual is here to send the core forward with that primary. Overgrown Lemon not able to get the kill just yet. But Yin Kirby looking for the goal here with the hook and the primary, but not able to do so. Pyruni with the barrage, no! But it gets up to Yin Kirby, slots into the top side where Asher is not able to cover.
Oh my god, those passes from Yin Kirby and Pyruni, those vertical passes on the goal line, that point were incredible. I mean, those were some top level passes in the goal line, abusing the enemy's positioning and kind of calling them out for being greedy with where they were standing. Really great stuff as Overgrown Lemon 5's flip goes down with no barrier taken yet. Now it's a game of can they defend long enough to get a consistent position going for them with Ripstick's flip really pressuring in the midfield right now. Finally, flip goes down. Overgrown Lemon 5 has abilities up. No, not quite able to convert on Max Casual as the passing back and forth. Finally punished by Yin Kirby, who has the flip in the net with the second barrier up, goes for it, sets up the primary, but no, the barrier beam catches them off guard, and Angle Senpai low, Yin Kirby low. This variant leads to so much chaos. Is great strike shot from Ripstick, trying to keep everything going, is finally a KO found for Overgrown Lemon 5. 30% increased movement speed from that pummelers. Max Casual walks up, opts to flip early, trying to save some time to get their cooldowns back. Primary back up. Great layered strikes on the barrier to keep things going as Yin Kirby loses the strike with Angle Senpai, punished by Overgrown Lemon 5. Pass down to Pyruni, and the Angle Senpai is going everywhere. Open net, scary situation for Runic Dreamers, and Angle Senpai's flip looking to make a play in the open net as Overgrown Lemon 5 gets the flip, puts it away, and we're going to a set 5.
Amazing rebound play, getting that flip off of the Fiery Flurry into the flip, getting it into the net, into that visit. Ripstick actually getting the MVP here, seeing some things that would be able to reduce their cooldown, potentially getting the Might of the Colossus to get some size, perfect form to get some reduction in cooldowns, Timeless Creator to increase their size, to increase their creation durations. It hasn't taken anything just yet, but we do see Yin Kirby opting for that Spark of Strength here, getting their second spark off that spark start. Still no takes from the side of of Ferrets, where they do get that spark of agility on that Juliet, which is also their third spark with Resil and Reverberation. This Juliet is a stack stick demon.
Yeah, 3Z's losing his mind a little bit. Maybe someone on the side of Ferret crashing out. Yeah, it looks like somebody DC'd during draft. Maybe Ripstick, that first pick, not able to capitalize on that selection. In my opinion, the Glass Cannon's really not that bad of a pickup. But this Juliet build looking real scary. 3 sparks with a Reverberation. They opt to take the perfect form instead of the 3rd spark. And now, oh, this is going to be so stressful because you've got a set 5. You've got the first point. This could really set the tempo for this last set, but it's going to be played in overtime. We've got 1-2 Punch Kai. We've got extra power on Yin Kirby with those Razor's primaries. Extra power on Ripstick with the Glass Cannon. So this ball is going to be going at a red core's pace all point, as it looks like we're back and ready to play as overtime ticks over now. Right as Yin Kirby starts it off, takes that first barrier, and Pyruni trying to get the ball up, but the airship from the Asher causing a big problem as Pyruni. You know, this 1-2 punch strike as Yin Kirby, great angle off the top, but the pass around is able to get through as Overgrown Lemon 5 not quite able to convert on that barrier. Pyruni sends it back up to Yin Kirby. Great passing from this forward duo all day as Pyruni tries to send it through the Asher. Not quite able to successfully, evades the dash punch threat from Overgrown Lemon. Now Overgrown Lemon taking that space up there. Opts out of going into them, and Yin Kirby dies to the specialized training Asher roll. Emote deserved for Ripstick there, and the Chrono Boost Kai not quite able to find it. It isn't able to defend the barrier to Overgrown Lemon 5. Going to get flipped soon. Punished though, and no dash punch. That power play looking a lot weaker as Pyruni catches the rebound. Double open nets for both teams. Can Ripstick hold it down? Pyruni sends it through, gets past him though, and Overgrown Lemon 5 has free reign. It's open net. No, Chrono Boost Kai able to catch it off. Sends it back into their own net, and Mexicasuals stranded with double flips for the side of Ferret. It feels like this is their last chance at this point to convert. Overgrown Lemon 5 gets the ball, gets the flip in the open net, sends it in, and that's the first point for Ferret.
What a wild point. It all started with that specialized training that got the Ripstick that kill off his special, giving him that power play advantage, getting him that second barrier, and eventually leading to them getting that point. Now going into the second point here, we do have Angle Senpai with that flip here. Overgrown Lemon on the offense, getting that first one against Mako. Angle Senpai using that flip to get the second barrier. Instant 2 barriers down. And the Surds are trying to capitalize off this, get their second point, go 2-0 here, and get on their match point.
Yeah, as Pyruni is coming, racing in on this second barrier, but not quite able to convert as Overgrown Lemon 5. Great pass to Angle Senpai, threatening the open net. Yin Kirby coming in through the top, not quite able to find it on this Asher. This Asher has been an unbreakable wall for 2 straight sets now. Pyruni flip coming up soon, going to send it back up into that corridor, but it's nice and safe with the Asher airship. Mexicasual not quite sure where to send it. The Now drone looking real scary as Overgrown Lemon 5 gets the ball, and Pyruni forced to flip, but Yin Kirby abuses that core speed against the Asher. Ripstick left their net a little bit too much, and Yin Kirby sends it in with a great hook into pendulum swing on Ripstick, and wow, I mean, things were looking real dark, but Runic Dreamers find a way out, and we're 1-on-1 in this final set.
They are Runic Dreamers are constantly capitalizing off their offensive opportunities. Pyruni and Yin Kirby have these passing plays down. When we saw that just then with Pyruni passing Yin Kirby and instantly getting that play.
Only one.
Going for the flip for the barrier.
2.
Only getting 1, but the bounce off the middle gets the second barrier. We have both barriers down for the side of Runic Dreamers. It is looking a bit scary here. However, no one has a flip here. Overgrown going for the dash punch kill. Not able to get it. Pyruni still alive here. Going for the hook on Yin Kirby. Able to get that second barrier. Now all barriers are down. Ripstick with the flip. Missing it. Not able to defend. Missing the strike. And Yin Kirby barely hitting that and putting it into the top after the missed strike by Ripstick. Up 2-1. Match point. Cleared for liftoff if they get this next point.
Yeah, every single point I'm looking at Runic Dreamers and I'm like, wow, they are digging themselves quite a hole. I don't know how they get out of this, but this point is looking great for them as they get a power play, and the reverse power play does not come out from Overgrown Lemon 5's dash punch. Mexicasual wins the critical strike, where Pyruni wins one of his own, but the barrier falls in the power play. Overgrown Lemon has so much presence in this midfield. Mexicasual sends it back to Overgrown Lemon 5 and loses the barrier. It's looking bad for Runic Dreamers, but Yin Kirby traps the ball in the corner, has the flip. As the ball gets back to Overgrown Lemon 5, the barrage keeps the ball out of their hand as Yin Kirby forced to flip. Still goes down to Overgrown Lemon 5, who barely misses the angle but isn't quite able to convert as the stun on Pyruni allows Overgrown Lemon 5 to send this to a set 5.5 on Glare Test Saver again.
Set 5.5 on this Obscura variant. One of the most versatile ones. We'll see a lot of chaos happening on this point here. Already getting that first barrier for the side of Furrets. However, and Pyroni taking a bunch of damage. Rusik looking to do some damage here with his abilities, but Yin Kirby slides it past him, gets that first barrier, looking to establish that offense here between Pyroni and Kirby. Still have that core, looking to get that second barrier, but not able to do so just yet. Now, Overgrown looking for the dash punch, but great flip by Mix Casual to stuff that out. Yin Kirby getting the core forward with the pendulum swing. Pyroni, not on the same page there, but they're looking for the offense here against it. But now, great Dorito to keep that away. Now, on the side, Overgrown Lemon not able to get the second barrier just yet. Now, we see a constant switching of offensive. Overgrown Lemon not able to get the second barrier. Now a kill onto Eagle Senpai, but Pyruni is staggered. Not just yet. Yin Kirby not able to get the second barrier either. But gets it with the pendulum. See both barriers down. Pyruni look barely alive, but still looking for it. With the barrage, not able to get it yet. Yin Kirby can't get the strike. Next to Casual. Oh my god, Overgrown Lemon gets the kill. With the dash. And what a turn of offense. The Furrets bring it back on from the verge of defeat and steal victory in this set 5.5, and they are cleared for liftoff.
Wow, an immaculate run for Furret Seed 19. No one expected them to make it here, and yet here they are. They are cleared for liftoff. You'll be seeing them in at least Nast next season. Huge win for them and Runic Dreamers. We will be seeing them back next week. Absolutely, they'll be making that liftoff push for themselves. So Overgrown Lemon 5 just puts on an amazing performance. 8 KOs, 11 goals, and it felt like they just got every barrier they wanted. Huge win for them. Congratulations. And wow, I mean, what a series of games we got today.
Yeah, and that is the last of our matches today, and we will see you back next week for our third Launchpad, where we will find out the rest of the teams that will be qualifying for liftoff. We'll see you next week.